Well, good morning. We'll call a Pennington County Commission meeting for April 19th, 2016 to order. We'll stand for a moment of silent reflection. Pledge of Allegiance led by Treasurer Janet Saylor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Janet. Next item is to review and approve the agenda. Does anyone have any changes they wish to make to the agenda?
Good morning, Commission. I would like to request that we remove item number 17, please.
You are.
Oh, Nick Stroud, HR Director for Pennington County.
Thank you. Item 17 has been removed. Any others? If not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of item number 17.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item is the introduction of new employees.
Good morning again, Nick Stroud, HR Director for Pennington County. This morning we have quite a few new employees, both on our side of the county and the Sheriff's Office side. So what I'm going to have our employees do is come up, introduce themselves, say what department they're from and what they do for us, and then I'll have a representative of the Sheriff's Office come up and introduce theirs. So, you guys want to come on up?
Michelle Hoffman, State's Attorney's Office, Deputy State's Attorney.
Haley Marks. I work in the Treasurer's Office as a tax and title assistant.
Cheryl Vaughn. I also work in the Treasurer's Office as a tax and title assistant.
Hi, I'm Bill Ham. I'm IT, software development.
Matthew Adams, Health and Human Services, a Veteran Service Officer.
Justin Israel, Information Technology IT Specialist 1.
Welcome. Next is Chief Deputy Brian Mueller.
Hey, thanks for introducing me. I appreciate
Well,
it.
I didn't know if you could remember your name.
I wrote it down just in case I forget. So I learned from Nick that I needed to introduce myself this morning. So well, it's with great pleasure that we introduce 8 new members of the Pennington County Sheriff's Office, and we'll have them do the same drill with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Priscilla Ingen, Pennington County Sheriff's Office.
Jamie Fontenot. I'll be a nurse at the jail.
Darius McMullen, I'll be a correctional officer at the Juvenile Services Center.
Katie Gillespie. I'll be booking tech at the jail.
Jason Boyd, I'll be corrections for Pennington County Jail.
Thomas Wilkinson, Corrections Officer, Pennington County Jail.
Tony Morgan, Corrections Officer, Pennington County Jail.
Morning, Glenn Miller, and I'll be Transportation Officer with the Pennington County Sheriff's Office.
I love your music.
Thank you, and welcome. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. Holly?
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hannes, Commission Office Manager. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items: approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of April 5th, 2016, to acknowledge the order of organization and incorporation for the Rescue Ranch Road District as submitted by the auditor. Number 8 is authorization to advertise for bids for the Juvenile Detention Center re-roofing project as presented by Buildings and Grounds. Number 9 is approval of the second quarter 2016 state and local agreement with the state of South Dakota as submitted by Emergency Management. Number 10 is approval of the purchases from the state contract list for bulk diesel and gas products as submitted by the Highway Department. Number 11 is to approve the permit to occupy the right-of-way for the Rapid City Grand Fondo cycling event as submitted by the Highway Department. And finally, number 12 is to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of March 2016 as presented by Human Resources.
Does anyone wish any of the items on the consent agenda removed?
Mr. Chair, number 6, 9, and 11.
6, 9, and 11?
Yes.
Okay, we'll note those, and any others? If not, do we have a motion?
Move approval of the consent agenda with the exception of 6, 9, and 11.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 6.
Mr. Chair, I don't agree with the minutes. When we voted on page 12, item C, let's see. Item C on page 12, request for an approved building permit. My recollection, or I voted to overrule the planning director and issue a building permit with 5 conditions. And the minutes read, if 5 conditions are met. That's nonsensical. If 5 conditions were met, then we wouldn't have had to overrule the planning director. So I think the minute should be corrected to say with 5 conditions.
So if it had said with 5 conditions, then what?
Then Mr. Hagan from Rushmore Cave would have received a permit. So my understanding is that he still doesn't have the permit, even though he came to us 2 weeks ago. In the interest of time, to get a building permit from the planning director, we needed to overrule the planning director, which I thought we did.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
actually, I tried to overrule a couple times and it didn't pass. So we came back to the original motion and that's why it came back with, he had to meet the 5 conditions and then get his building permit, George. That was my recollection of it.
Mr. Chair, sadly, the logic falls down. If he had to meet the conditions, then what was he here for? It's like if I loan you money with the condition you pay me back, and you pay me back before I loaned it to you, then what have you achieved?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I am curious, since we are approving the minutes, but now we're arguing a decision. I'm not sure that that's the right way to handle this. Perhaps we should try to put this decision back on the agenda somehow, because that's what is being debated here, and really approval of minutes has nothing to do with changing a decision that was made last meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I could, what we do today, if we approve that variance, will move him forward anyway. So at this point, it's probably, if George wants to change those minutes, it's not going to matter anyway at this point, because we are going to move forward, and if we grant his variance of 52 feet, then he's good to move forward anyway, so.
And Mr. Chair, in essence, that's correct. The issue becomes moot because 2 weeks have now elapsed, and this individual has lost 2 weeks of building time. And to me, I take, and I agree, but the minute should read, I intended, my vote, and I seconded the motion, was with 5 conditions. But most important thing at this point is lessons learned. Anything controversial going forward or in the future, I'll understand that we were, in essence, overruled in this matter. So I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
I disagree because of the safety factors and stuff on that, George. People did not agree with what we were trying to do for Mr. Hagan. That's why he came forward to see if we would change our mind on those 5 conditions. We decided we would not change our mind on those 5 conditions, so he moved forward without his permit until he met those. So that was the rule of, and because you misunderstood it, I think everybody else understood that at the end, that what I was trying to do is not have to have him do it in phases, his roller coaster, and not have to meet those 5 conditions right away, so he could move forward. We decided as a board not to. You misunderstood that. That's unfortunate, but the rest of us, I believe, did understand those were what the 5 conditions were and what just happened, unfortunately, to Mr. Hagan.
Okay, we're going to call on Jay Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jay Alderman with State's Attorney's Office. I guess if the board feels that the minutes as written properly reflect the decision that was made by the board, you should do a motion to approve those minutes and move on. If you truly believe there is a mistake in the way the minutes were drafted, I wouldn't know how to correct that other than review the video. And I don't know if you can cue that up during this meeting at some point, put this decision off, listen to it, and then agree that Mr. Farabee is either correct or the other 4 of you are correct. But if you, as you said here, believe the minutes properly reflect that decision, and at least 3 of you agree that way, then you can certainly do a motion to approve the minutes as written and be done.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, one last comment that Mr. Hagan came to us clearly to proceed employing people for the 2 weeks to wait for the time for the variance. I don't think anybody can argue the point he wanted to put people to work, and putting people to work is what this nation and this society is about. We delayed him for 2 weeks. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I also would like to remind Commissioner Farabee that he has had extensive experience with our planning and zoning and building permits. And he went ahead and did this project, began this project without a building permit. So I can say that, yes, I think people should be put to work. However, if they require a building permit, this person is knowledgeable, the building permits are required, then it does not seem to me that he gets a pass.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 9.
Mr. Chair, item 9 is, I have to vote against that. It's, every time I see the word grant, especially federal grant, it makes my skin crawl. And we, I don't know how many, 40, 50 pages here for one small department of ours just to get some more federal red ink. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I am thankful to get this, given some of the types of things that have been happening with grants within our state. At least we know Pennington County is correctly keeping track of how this money is going to be spent.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion of approval of the second quarter 2016 state and local agreement with the state of South Dakota emergency management.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item is item 11.
As before, I have a real problem with liability of bicycles using roads, and in this case, it's not just county roads. And I talked to the highway superintendent the other day, I didn't ask Is there a permit for the Highway 44 and 385, the state highways? No, I guess it's a 50-mile, and I don't know what's a race or whatever, but the gal that's, or the person that's asking for this is representing Mangled Momentum. What a title, huh? And this person supposedly is out of Arizona. There's no way I can see us supporting signing off on using county roads, in this case, Nemo Road, Sheridan Lake Road, and what was the other road? Anyway, along with State Highway 44 and State Highway 385. For bicycles, the old deep pocket theory is, sure, they might have insurance, but if something happens, God forbid, I think we're held liable, so we shouldn't be approving these things. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Approval of a permit to occupy right-of-way for Rapid City Grand Fondo cycling event.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to let the board know I have had a discussion with Mike Gould of our insurance company on this very issue. In comparison to other activities that Pennington County intakes, such as snow plowing, jail corrections, weed spraying, he puts approval of an occupy a permit for a right-of-way at a scale at a 1 on a scale of the 10 most dangerous things that we do. He feels Pennington County is not creating a liable situation by approving a permit to occupy a right-of-way. So just FYI for the board that I did talk to our insurance carrier.
Thank you, Ms. Holly.
Okay, any other comments on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 13.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the Pennington County Commission. I am Peter Ragnone, and I oversee the grant writing for the Rapid City Police Department. And for the last many years, we have applied in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office for a JAG grant. This grant is a no-match grant. It is 100% funded in the grant, and it is used to purchase equipment. In the 2015, the approximate value of the grant was $46,000. With that money, it was used to purchase tasers, an electric lift for the evidence facility, and security cameras in the courthouse. Our MOU was rejected without the signature of the president of the commission, and therefore I'm coming to you asking for that signature. This is it's either a new technicality or it is a federal grant manager being particular, but this was not told to us back when the grant was due in June.
Okay, any questions? Any comments, Brian?
No comments.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to authorize the chairman's signature on the Edward Byrne Assistance Grant.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item 14. Public hearing, the franchise application for West River Electric Association.
Good morning, Julie Pearson, Pennington County Auditor. You have before you a notice of hearing that has been set for West River Electric Association for approval of a permit franchise pursuant to SDCL 38-26. Set the hearing date up, paperwork, maps have all been given to the board. This is just a continuation from what I understand of standard operating practice for the utility companies. And this is the second renewal. We've had an agreement with West River Electric of this type for the last 60 years.
So Julie,
From what I
what's the
understand.
motion if we decide to grant this?
notice to approve the petition and authorize chair's signature.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. We have a distinguished delegation here that might argue with our decision.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, part of that motion would be to approve the resolution.
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you, Jay.
Thank
It's
you,
a good
Jay.
thing you're here.
And Mr. Chair, I'd make a substitute motion that we talk about that resolution, and I have a couple of changes to the resolution. My substitute motion is to delay this until the resolution is discussed.
We have a substitute motion proposed. Is there a second?
I'm going to second it just because I think you have the right to do this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the motion has been seconded. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, on the last page under the, be it further resolved, it's 1, 2, 3. Number 3,
We haven't voted on that yet, have we?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, isn't there a point of order that we need to vote for the motion?
Need to vote on the motion. Lindell?
We have to vote on the
Discuss the
substitute
resolution.
motion, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. But do we have any discussion on the substitute motion? That's what I'm concerned about.
oh, and thank you, and there's, of the 6 items under it resolved, I have an issue with the wording. And I think before we pass a motion to put your signature on this document, it should be correct. Or at least it should be, those 2 items should be resolved, I'll put it that
So,
way.
Mr. Chair, my point of order is that your motion asked that we pull that aside, and now we have to agree that we're going to pull that aside and discuss it.
Fair enough.
Is that correct?
Fair enough, yeah, fair enough.
We have to vote on the substitute.
Yes.
Lindell? Okay.
Okay. All right. Now that that's clear, all in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And I would oppose it as well. So did I hear 3 yes votes?
Yes.
All right, substitute motion carried. Now discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, item number 3 on page 3 of the resolution doesn't make any sense in the normal use of the English language unless the last word is, I got a D added to it, changed. And if it's not changed, then I don't know what that paragraph means.
That has been changed in the resolution that's in the packet. We just received that this morning.
So there's a D on the end?
Yes, of number
Without the
3.
D, it makes no sense.
Mr. Chair, that is really something important. Thank you for pointing that out.
And then number 6, and number 6 is a little more involved than just a mere typo. I guess that'd be a typo. I chatted yesterday with the CEO or the manager of the Black Hills Electric Co-op, and theirs will be coming forth here not too awful long, and he and I chatted about that 6 probably should read that the grantee, meaning us, the grantee being the West River Electric, shall notify the county, and then someplace in that passage say that after notification and concurrence of both parties, something to that effect, then the activity can go on. Does that make sense to you? A peer notice without any follow-on action is of no consequence.
Yes.
In actual practice,
You are.
Alan Nelson, I represent West River today, and thank you for your time. In actual practice, we currently give notice when we're going to do something, and then we seek a permit from the highway superintendent, and if there are any issues, they're discussed and resolved before the permit is granted.
There you go.
And Mr. Chair, precisely, and those words should be in this resolution.
I will make those changes and bring it back if that is acceptable to this commission.
And I would make that motion, Mr. Chair,
I don't
To-
think it needs
to-
to come back.
to correct the language and bring it back for our approval and signature, chair signature.
Can we do that without having to bring it back?
I'm sorry. Jay Alderman, again, with State's Attorney's Office. You could certainly, just like you do with a second reading or a first reading of an ordinance, you could approve with that language change. And then, of course, the chairperson would not sign that resolution until he is convinced that language is in there. But you wouldn't need to require this to be put off to another hearing.
Okay.
In fact, if you did, you can't put off a final decision in this case for more than 10 days after this hearing, which would be the 29th. You'd have to have a special meeting to do that.
Okay.
So you have to, you can certainly authorize the resolution with those changes today.
That'd be my motion to approve the authorization with the changes that were presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, the reason I made the motion as such is that how many times has, oh, doggone, I forgot to do that. So before I'm going to vote, I want to see the words, the final words in print. Thank you.
Any other comments? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Item 15.
This is the time for a public hearing to supplement the accumulated building fund, capital improvement budgets in the amount of $279,825 from assigned fund balance and from non-budgeted revenue received in the current year of $123,994.86. Just a clarification, it is from the way the notice to supplement budget was to the accumulated building fund, not general fund budget supplement. But it has been properly posted, and that's the way the hearing was noticed. And the explanation for that is the separate reserves have been set aside in the accumulated building fund. They don't really need to be. This was a recommendation from the Department of Legislative Audit for the 155,830.14, and that money will be spent for what it was assigned for in 2016, so we need the spending authority on that. The other is non-budgeted revenue for the 123,994.86, and that is for the revenue received from the City of Rapid City for their share of the remodel to the public safety building after the exit of those offices dispatch that came over to the new building.
Okay, any questions for Julie? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the supplement to the accumulated building fund capital improvements budget in the amount of $279,825 from assigned fund balance in the amount of $155,830.14 and from the non-budgeted revenue received in the current year of $123,994.86.
Second for discussion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, item B.
I'm not exactly sure how the board wants me to proceed on this. The memo going into the 2017 budgeting process is lined out in quite detail. If you want, I can go through it in detail. The information, the spreadsheets that I've prepared up there are up on the screen, and I can point to them as we go through it here. So what is the board's pleasure? you want me to read through the memo?
You know,
I think Mr. Chair, I think we need more of a work session to go through some of this to make sure we have an understanding of, and hopefully with Miss Julie, to figure out on all these different, the cash analysis report and the budget this year, so we kind of know what direction we want to follow and how we're doing our budget. And I think the work sessions last year worked really well with answering, having Julie answer questions before we made decisions on some of our reports and our budget filing. So does this board wish to have work sessions this year on this budget and continue this discussion then, or?
Mr. Chair, just kind of, if we keep putting this out, we're going to be kind of in the situation we were last year, where it was frantic for our employees. And historically, what we have done is have Julie present this kind of situation where she explains the unusual items or expenses or revenues that we will be facing in our 2017 budget. And then what we do is we give our staff a direction to head. If we don't do that, they can't begin budgeting, and it's such a long, intense process that it's not, that we need to be giving our staff some heads up early on. And really, if we're going to do working sessions, we should be doing them this week. I mean, we need to get this information out to our board. So I am concerned about it from that viewpoint. What Julie's presented here is what historically we've kind of had, and I know we're a lot of new folks here, so I'm just trying to go through this, but you know, she has talked about what our historic goal was for our reserve. She's talked about upcoming unusual kinds of income we might not have had in past years. She's talked about the increases in medical and dental insurance. Those kinds of things aren't going to change in a work session. And what we really need to do is go forward. And Julie, maybe you can help me out with what I'm trying to say.
Yes, what we've done in the past is we've had the board work, we've had the board set the budget goals, which I've lined out on page 4, a recommendation with basic information for cost to the county. We have everybody put a budget together based off of these budget goals, or whatever the ones the board approves, which allows the department heads and elected officials to work on their budgets. We present that to the county commission along with how much money we have available. It will give us estimated revenues, and then we work at it to see where we are over and above, if at all, which we will be this year, what the board makes the final determination at that point to cut as you go through budget discussions, budget hearings with the individual department heads, and then we had en masse, if that's the word you want to use, with all the elected officials and department heads in working sessions after we've gotten some numbers to see where we're at.
Mr. Chair, just a sec, Ms. Jules. I guess I was going to meet with Julie this week, but she's having surgery this week. I just figured the board wanted to know and understand what she has put on this paper and how it relates to our budget. And for me, I best understand things being explained to by someone that actually does this and has for many years. Not that I don't trust our commissioners, but it gives me a better understanding of how we're moving forward. So Actually, I'm going to meet with Julie next week on this, and then maybe at the next meeting, we discuss maybe the goals and stuff of the board, but I would like to have some time to look at this and understand it better before I decide what my goals are or how we're moving forward. I'm just one of 5, though, but that's kind of how I work, but I also believe I can learn a lot from Miss Julie just from going through some of this and having her point out through the budget in specific areas what this pertains to. That really helps me. So Nancy, I don't know how we move forward in that way, but if you have a suggestion, maybe the next meeting we could have the goals or the things that we want to move forward, or have this board bring forth maybe the cuts or the things they want to do by next meeting.
Yeah, but we don't do them. Mr. Chair, just as a clarification, alls we're doing is setting up a structure by adopting these goals.
Yes.
And we are not saying you're going to cut here or you're going to cut there. We're just giving the staff a base to start with. And then when it's brought to us, we're going to say, this ain't going to happen. Or, okay, we see the value of that. But we can't expect anything from our staff unless we give them something to start with. And and Julie's gone through, she knows what's going to be expected.
So, Miss Nancy, what kind of structure are you saying that we set up today?
Okay, what has happened in the past is that we have used, going into May, we have given the staff these goals. And when they come back, they're going to give us actually they give Julie the preliminary budget proposal for their department. And we're going to be able to look at it. And we're going to also look at the overall figures, what the bottom totals are. And we can say, this isn't going to work. And then we can turn it back to them and say, we're not going to raise taxes to do this, that sort of thing. But by the time we come to those scheduled budget hearings, that's when you really take the time to go through each budget and understand everything that's in there, whether you think it should or shouldn't be. And that's when you make those adjustments. And then we will have, and this is a lot dictated by law, then in July, we're going to have our temporary budget. I just lost the term.
Provisional.
Provisional budget. And we have to approve that by the end of July. And then by the end of September, we will approve the final budget. But we have some huge budgets that some of these departments have to deal with. And for us to keep holding back and holding back and holding back, when in the end, these budget goals are really the figures that we have to work with to begin that budgeting. That's not going to change.
It gives us a starting point to start with budget goals, whatever, I mean, what I've outlined there are the major factors that will affect a budget. And then once the budgets are put together, all the numbers are thrown together, this process has worked very well for us in the past, then those are the numbers that we'll discuss in quite detail at the May 20th meeting of how much we're over, what does the board want to make program cuts, are we going to change the amount of increase to the wage scale. We will know exactly sure what the Healthcare Trust Board has come back with, whether we'll see any increase in budget costs at that point or not. You will also know where the department heads believe they need additional staff. As I've outlined in here, that will be a separate budget presentation. And then you go into budget hearings on the 22nd and 24th of June, or whatever other schedule you want. And as you listen to those budget hearings, you're gathering the information that you need to prioritize whatever cuts you want to make to the budget. There will need to be cuts, there always is. And then once those cuts are designated through the individual budget hearings and any group budget and mass budget hearings that we we keep whittling away at the budget until we get a decision from the board of what they're going to do.
But don't we-
Finally.
But Miss Julie, don't we set up any kind of staff goals that we believe that, like, we believe that they should go by before we start them bringing their staff goals to us?
You can set them up in advance, but you get better information of all the county needs, of new personnel, new programs during the individual department's budget hearings. Then, once you listen to them all, you have all the information to be able to prioritize who does and doesn't get those. Rather than, otherwise you have to have the meeting ahead of time unless you already know what they are. So at some point, if you don't approve budget goals, let us prepare the budgets, have a separate budget for any new program, new personnel, that you don't have any of the information. If you already know of one, I can tell you, you don't know of them all. Okay. And unless they're all presented to you in the same way, you have not all the information to prioritize who does and doesn't get them. And you may say, after you listen to all the budget numbers, all the budget hearings, you can look at us and say, nope, we don't have this much money. We're not doing a cost of living. We're not doing merits. We're not giving any new programs. But you don't know until you listen to everybody, and we don't know until we see the final numbers. And with the way the budget, I've changed the budget summary, you will know for each department now how much tax revenue each one will need.
So we'll know the final numbers, Miss Julie, when?
June 21st. And that will be at a presentation at a commission meeting, just like we've done in the past. We'll say the budget's 100 million, just for round numbers. We can levy 40 million in property taxes. You can decide if you want to use your stored CPI, if you want to use your growth, how much that is, and then it will tell us how much budget we're over, and then we look at them all. You then go into budget hearings the 22nd through the 24th, individually listening to all the presentations. Then you come back at a budget, another en masse budget hearing, and say, we're 2 million, 4 million over, this is what we're going to do. Talk to the department heads, how do you think we're going to do that? We can only afford 5 new FTEs, and this is who gets them.
Mr. Chair, if I can kind of summarize, I think what Commissioner Troutman was saying, that we should give the department head some preliminary guidance as to how to proceed. Is that
So
what
we
I'm saying?
can, yes, so we can get some numbers.
And then for
Excuse
my
me.
edification, can you give us a ballpark number on how much a 1.5% wage increase and a 1.25% merit will do?
They're in there. The 1.5 adjustment plus matching is estimated for all funds at $510,529, which includes $433,935 for general fund. The reason I've delineated general fund out separately on all of those, that's where that's our major fund. That's the only one that we have reserve issues with.
So $500,000 roughly and wage increase, and then the 1.25 merit is?
Would cost for, depending upon whether you give them in January or July, for a full year, assuming everybody would get one since we haven't had one, worst case scenario would be $425,443 with an additional estimate of, not additional, which includes 360 from general fund.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we tell the department heads, including the elected officials, that no wage increase or merit for 2017.
Is there a second?
I'll second that for discussion. Are you talking, right, Mr. Chairman? Your motion was that there will be no wage increase or merit? And merit, either one or the other?
Neither one.
Neither one.
Right, CPI is 0 again this year, right?
The CPI authorized by the state was 0.
It's a 0 again.
So they're not asking for a COLA because there isn't any.
Right. Well, but
they're asking for merit, and they're asking for just to raise the whole scale up 1.5%. And you're talking about both of those.
Correct.
Not doing either.
Freezing wage, let's put it this way, freezing wages.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean internally, if you have an employee that's moving up the scale, that's a different matter.
That's the only way you
Wait,
move up our scale is by a merit.
Not,
There would be no movement on a scale if you do not allow merits.
Mr. Chair?
if we have a rookie employee and he or she's moving up, isn't, you know.
No, they only
Well.
do it through merit.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm not in disagreement with this, but I am going, like I said, I'm going to meet with Julie next week, and I want to understand everything we're doing. So if you want to bring that back at budget and we discuss that, I'm okay with that, and I might agree with that, but I'm not willing to just put that on the fly right now. So I'm not in disagreement with what you're saying, George, but I am going to go through this line by line with the auditor and have an understanding before I just say, we're going to drop that. Because obviously, from listening to Julie, I don't think you have a full understanding what you're saying either.
Mr. Chair, this is,
So-
reason for my motion, this is a good starting point for the department heads.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hadcock, it's just as easy to say none and add than it is to say yes and subtract. In fact, it's easier to do it that way.
Thank you.
I understand that, Mr. Buskirk, but I will have a full understanding of what we're adding and subtracting, and how much and that total before I start making any decisions. So
Sure.
I'm not in disagreement with you, sir.
So you can vote that way.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion?
We're going to go through this paper and start adding and subtracting?
I think that they need, I mean, this is a start. They need a place to go so they can figure it out. And the
then
wages
they
are,
add and
in this budget, is
Okay.
always the big item. It's, we're a service-oriented industry, and that's where the money is at.
And bottom line, we're talking roughly $1 million,
Right.
right? I mean, so,
What I understand, if I may paraphrase your motion, George, is you're accepting the rest of the budget goals that I've outlined, except for you're deleting 1 and 2 at this point, for provisional budget preparation.
I only talked about 1 and 2, and then I was going to ask, after we voted on 1 and 2, if you wanted us to look at any of the other 10, for, if you think those are urgent. The healthcare and all that stuff is since we decided last year to put that all under us, so to speak, and that's not relevant to the department heads.
It's not under your budget, it's under their budgets. If you want to assume no increase in healthcare costs to the county budgets, then that would be an indication to healthcare trust that they make plan cuts so that we don't see a budget increase, as well as they would have to do with Delta Dental.
Mr. Chair, must mean my motion was 1 and 2. We talk about the others later.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion?
Never mind.
If not, those in favor of the motion, answer the roll, so that we're clear.
Buskirk,
Aye.
Farabee,
Aye.
Adcock,
No.
Troutman,
No.
Peterson,
Yes. Motion carried.
Now, Mr. Chair, to answer the auditor's question, any of the other 10 goals, do you see any immediacy in we making a proposal on those for the department heads, or can they wait?
We can't start working on our budgets until you tell us the parameters you want them prepared on. If the board does not want to see any of the increase estimate for healthcare to come out of budgets, then you need to motion today so that the healthcare board can make those plan cuts at tomorrow's meeting. They can then go ahead and prepare their budgets. If you want to see the same in Delta Dental, no increase in premiums charged to the budgets, you will need to make that determination. The healthcare trust then has to make plan cuts. We need to know how you want us to prepare budgets. Wages are not the whole thing. If you look at number 5, to maintain current operations and current number of paid personnel on payroll as of December 31st for existing programs. Otherwise, we don't know how. If you don't have us submit new programs and additional personnel or say freeze, we don't know how to prepare. Elevate revenue estimates, we have to get a hold on the amount of underestimating of revenues and using those for supplements. Number 9, you can disregard until you talk about budget numbers. Number 11, you can make a decision on that later. That's the suggestion of increasing and actually using your contingency fund rather than over collecting revenues. From revenues collected over, which is creating our budget reserve or our cash reserve reduction. And number 12, I think is imperative that you should start immediately, is you should not do your supplements at the end of the year. That is what is causing our reduction in reserves. You don't know what's coming up there. Janet did it right. She came in, she said, I need 2 FTEs. It's gonna cost me about this much money. I'm fairly confident I have new revenues coming in. Another example is elections. You were told when we set the special wheel tax election, since we had to do it in January, half the expenses were coming out in 2016. I only budget for 2 election day events in any given year, and it was not included in my 2016 budget.
So
you need to know when and how much possible reserves we're going to need, and or start using your contingency fund for what it was meant.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which is those types of emergencies, not wait till December when we've already spent the money and we come in. You have no choice. And you need to start looking at those few budgets, court-appointed attorneys and A&Ns, raising those up to support a year's worth. Having them set low historically, where we come in and supplement $200,000-$300,000 a year, is too big of a drain on our reserves. And you have to start looking at those.
So, Mr. Chair, if it's easier for us to take away, why don't we just take all the budget goals, put them in, and then when it comes back, then we just take them all out if we don't want them? Why would we have to vote individually when, like you said, if we could just take them and take them all out, and then if we had to add them back in, that's easier, right? Isn't that what was just said? From 1 and 2?
We have a motion to not change wages for 2017 budgeting.
Right.
And nothing direction on the rest. If you approve the rest, then we can go ahead and prepare budgets. And if the board decides at a later date on cost of living increase or adjustment, whatever word you want to use, and or merits, yes, we can add those
Or
in
contingency
after.
fund, or cash reserves, or department heads get the revenues
Yeah,
and
depends.
budgeted. I mean, this all makes sense, so instead of doing it later, like we said, if that's where our goal is to do it today, I say we adopt all of it, and then what we do is we go back and make the changes accordingly. I mean, this is the auditor that is trying to tell us that these things are important, and then we can take them out later if they don't make any sense.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we adopt the other 10 goals, budget goals that the auditor has presented to us, so that the department heads and elected officials can begin preparing their budgets.
3 through 12,
We have a motion and a second.
right?
Nick, did you have something you wanted to add?
Not based on the motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so on number 5, it says, prepare sufficient budgets to maintain current operations and current number of paid personnel on payroll as December 31st, 2016. That's supposed to be 2015, or are we giving everybody a year to beef up their staff?
Well, we already have approved FTEs, but when we use the word paid, it means only those people that are being paid, which will start to take out
The
extras.
the extras.
Because we already know what that paid is, but paid is different than approved.
Absolutely.
And what we want to start taking out is, and, you know, you're gonna be off one or two if you're replacing, take for instance, if Denny retires at the end of the year, which is the projected date from what was presented last week. His December payroll, he'll probably have more than one person. That we understand. We understand replacement. But otherwise, we're not going to what they're approved. It's what they're actually being paid, which will stop some of this. We've asked, you've approved it, maybe they are or aren't funded, maybe we're holding it off or we've budgeted this extra one for so long. It does not preclude them. If they're okay at the end of December and we've told them now, then you can question how well that person is needed.
And then when they get
You see the difference between paid and approved? Yeah.
When they get rid of the people that they don't even have hired and say, I cut 5 people. No, you didn't cut anybody.
Yeah, because they weren't funded or.
They weren't even there.
Yeah.
Mr.
That's
Commissioner
why I
Butt,
use the word paid.
is that the way you taught them years ago, how to do that system?
I have fought that for a long time.
Yep.
And lost.
Mr. Chair, I think these are rough guidelines, and some of these pertain just to us, like changing the supplement procedure going forward. That's nothing to do with the department heads, correct? Basically.
Change the procedure, but a memo will go out that says you have to tell them now.
Fine, yeah.
And you should know, we should know now, so we can take it into account in budgeting. Also, it will make them reevaluate their revenues, and we supplemented over 2 million in over-collected revenues, which I agree, they're not over-collected, they're underfunded. And we were counting on that.
And Mr. Chair, you mentioned one big chunk of money, the court-appointed attorneys. Who budgets for those? We do, right?
You
So let's
approved
just
the
pick a great-
budget.
Just pick a great big number and hope that's enough. For
Pretty much.
court-appointed attorneys, what was the
We
budget?
have history of what the actual cost for court-appointed, the ones I'm talking about are the ones you have nothing to, you know, the amount for juries, we don't always have to supplement. Court-appointed attorneys and A&Ns have been under-budgeted for years. You end up doing between a $200,000 and $300,000 minimum budget supplement for an expense we have
No control over.
no control over, but stop doing that. If you know the budget's gonna run historically $1 million, don't budget $700,000. It's fiscally irresponsible, in my opinion.
So who budgets that?
You guys approve the budget.
Okay.
It's requested from the courts based off of budget goals. And
Okay.
mental health is another one.
Okay, do
There's
we
no
have any
sense-
other comments on the motion?
I suggest that you meet with the auditor if you have time too, George, so we can have the full explanation. Plus, like I said, I'm not in disagreement with 1 and 2, I just want to know the number. So I appreciate us coming forward on this, but I'm going to get more information myself, and it sounds like some other people didn't need it too. But Julie, thanks for preparing this. It's a good step to start, and it's a good step for us to improve our budget and how we do budgeting. So thank you for your time, and Ms. Hawley as well that helped on this.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
I might just point out that in reviewing some of the material that Holly brought back from the spring workshop, there are 35 statutorily required functions that counties carry out, and there are 45 discretionary, statutorily allowed practices, plus some discretionary ones. So the counties have quite a menu when it comes to choosing what to fund and what not to fund.
Well, and on top of that, what I've always said, things may be required by statute, but the level that you prepare them or deliver them, use elections. We can pull everybody into Rapid City, South Dakota to vote. You'll hear the complaints, but it'll save us some money, not a lot. And we've tried that. It was not pleasant on my part or the board's, but that's still something, so it's the level. you can say to Tom, we don't remove snow till we get 6 inches like Rapid City does. Well, they don't remove snow, but
You may want to read the
you
Arizona
have one
newspaper
more.
about what happens when you cut voting places.
yeah, it's the voters' fault when you have 5-hour lines.
You have one more chore before you leave the podium. Item D.
Oh. Where is that? Yes, we're back to parcel 58801. We've had a request to place this at a public auction so that we can determine the availability of that lot to the Fountain Springs Healthcare Facility. At a public auction, we will, anybody can bid, and you can set a minimum bid at a public auction. And this is the cheapest route to sell anything. I will do the auction on this just like I did on the
Dollar sale.
yes, the gym equipment sale. And it's set for May 18th at 10 a.m. in the County Commissioners' Chambers. You can determine a minimum bid if you so desire, which means they would have to come in and place that. We never make money on a tax deed piece of property. If you want, you can, taxes haven't been paid on it for 4 years. Is it 3 or 4, Janet? 3 in the city limits, they haven't paid, so that's a total of $300 that haven't been paid, and then there's expenses of taking it, which, depending upon the amount of work we've had to do to it or maintain it, frankly, until February, we didn't even know we owned this piece of property. To the extent that Healthcare Fountain Springs thought they owned it. So what we're just trying to do is get it back on the tax rolls. It's not a valuable piece of property to anybody but Fountain Springs because there's easements across that whole thing that take it up. It is the driveway to their healthcare facility. They want to make very certain that they obtain that piece of property, but it's not worth anything to anybody else because nobody else can do anything to
Approval,
it.
Mr. Chair.
With or without a minimum.
Without.
Thanks.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Item 16.
Good morning, Commissioners. Janet Saylor, County Treasurer. And this is John Aginaga, and he is here to request a reconveyance of his property. In the past, it's been the opinion of the county to convey property back to legal owners if the terms of the reconveyance were met so the property could continue to be taxed. My recommendation would be to reconvey this property back to the owner. I have attached an amended breakdown of what's due to Pennington County. The total would be $3,498.16. John agrees to pay the fees to Pennington County Treasurer's Office by 2:00 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on April 19th in the amount of $3,468.16, along with a separate $30 in a cash or cashier's check to be held in the Treasurer's Office to complete the deed filing. The deed will be filed following publication of the Commissioner's minutes in the official newspaper pursuant to SDCL 7829. Then the deed will be filed with the Register of Deeds after 20 days is lapsed from
My motion.
publication.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Sir, do you have anything you'd like to
Do you have anything?
say to the board?
Do you have anything you want to say to the
I don't know. Hello, I'm not sure what to say. Thank you. But I don't
Thank you.
This is for some I returned from my so.
He's saying thank you.
Oh,
He
thank
wants
you.
his property-
Yeah.
He wants his property
Yeah.
back.
Okay.
Kind of caught me at a surprise there.
You're good.
We have the motion and the second. If there's no further comment, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. The resolution says, the last sentence, Janet, or Ms. Treasurer, shall be made only after the time for appealing. What's the time for appealing? 10 days, 20 days, 15 days, 16 and a half?
Your resolution.
The resolution, it says, he won't, even though he pays up, he won't have clear title until the appeal period's over. Was the appeal period 2 years, or?
No, that's why they hold the check.
The appeal period would be the length of time that the resolution has to set before it becomes effective.
Right.
Which is how long?
20 days.
20 days.
It probably should say that.
Well, it does cite the statutes that specifically provide for that.
That says it on the statute, if you read it. Thanks, Jay.
But that is what it is, it's 20 days post-publication.
Just so he knows, when he goes and pays, he's got to wait a few days.
Right.
Right, and we will explain all that to him. He knows that until after the publication that he won't get a deed to that.
Okay.
And once the 20 days is up from that publication, then we will type and send him a deed to the property or call him to come in and get it.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 17 has been removed, so we're at item 18.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item 18 is second hearing, second reading and public hearing of Ordinance 20, which is a revision to the ordinance providing for the establishment and operation of a 911 system. And the only change that's been made to it from first hearing was Commissioner Farabee recommended we add reference to the proper SDCL code dealing with the violation and penalty in the addressing section. Other than that, I believe it's ready for your approval.
And would you state your name? So
I'm sorry,
so
Ted
we
Ruffler.
we
Ted
need to
Ruffler.
have you on film, so thank you.
911 dispatch. Thank
Okay,
you.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Items from equalization, an abatement application.
Morning, Commissioner Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. You have one abatement request before you. It comes from my office. Black Hills Power purchased a property and are now using it for what they do. And their property that they use for electrical power pays taxes through state assessed utility. Without an abatement, this would pay tax twice. The abatement would take it off the local tax roll.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 20, and we have a Wildfire Awareness Month resolution.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and the Board of Commissioners. My name is Todd Tobin. I am the Vice Chair of the Fire Service Board for Pennington County. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to be on the agenda today. The resolution that we are proposing and requesting being adopted today, certainly if you are so willing, is from the Pennington County Fire Administrator Denny Gorton, who I am here in his stead, regarding the Wildfire Awareness Month resolution. There is no doubt that the wildfire season is upon us. Over the past several months, the Pennington County Fire Departments have been responding to numerous grass and wildland fires. Every wildfire has an impact on us. Sometimes the impact is small and other times it is large. With this in mind, many of those agencies who respond to wildfires are working to inform our citizens with a campaign slogan of, "Do your part before wildfires start." There will be wildfire awareness activities all through the month of May. A key component of the campaign is the involvement of local, state, and federal agencies. Activities include volunteer fire departments hosting open houses. U.S. Forest Service sponsors a moonwalk. There is a wildfire preparedness day, and there's a activity on Main Street Square in downtown Rapid City on May 1st. There's a coloring contest there for children and other activities, including smoke jumper presentation at the Journey Museum, a Firewise community recognition ceremony, proclamations from Rapid City Common Council, South Dakota State Governor Dennis Dugard, and the governors of California, Idaho, Nevada, Montana, Oregon, Utah, and Washington. Our action requested today again is a motion to adopt the resolution declaring May as the Wildfire Awareness Month in Pennington County. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would make the motion to adopt the resolution declaring May as Wildfire Awareness Month in Pennington County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
I'd like to thank all the firemen and the emergency services that help our community in western South Dakota. Seen them in action many times, and they do an awesome job, and we appreciate all their work. So thanks again to all the services that help our people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. On behalf of the Fire Service Board, thank you for your support.
You bet. Item 21, Pennington County Chemical Cost Share Program.
Good morning, Scott Guffey, Pennington County Natural Resources Director. At the last Pennington County Weed and Pest Board meeting, the board approved a chemical cost share program for private landowners in Pennington County. It'd be a 50-50 cost share up to $100 reimbursement. To be eligible, they would have to buy the herbicides at approved pesticide dealer locations, or else have a certified commercial applicator apply the chemicals on their property. To fund this program, I have a $6,000 grant from the South Dakota Weed and Pest Commission, and I'll also have I'm estimating over $40,000 surplus this year in my revenue line. So just coming to notify the board of this and kind of getting ahead of the curve of what Julie was outlining to notify you of supplements that'll be asked later on in the year. So no motion needed, just understanding that I will be asking for a supplement to pay for it at the end of the year.
Any questions for Scott?
Mr. I don't have a question, but I've got a comment. I just philosophically opposed to cost share arrangements with the government, and for a variety of reasons I won't go into today, but I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
George, have you ever used cost share agreements for yourself?
No. Well, I take that back. When I purchased property 29 years ago, there was a cost share arrangement in effect, which I had to sign on to conditionally.
The farm subsidies? Aren't a cost share?
I wasn't done,
Okay.
but I guess I was, so you're off base, and thank you.
Okay. I was just wondering if you ever used farm subsidies for your land.
Let me repeat, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Oh, okay.
When I purchased the property, it was encumbered by an agreement with the federal government. To purchase the property, I had to sign on to that agreement or not purchase the property.
No, sir, I was just
It
wondering
can't
if you
get much
ever
clearer,
used
can
cost
it?
shares.
We're going to end this discussion. We have no motion, and thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Item 22, and we have the appointment for the Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission appointment.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm J.P. Donovan. I'm honored to be the chairman of the board of Pennington County Housing. We have Doug Wells, our executive director, here. We appreciate your taking the time to make that appointment, and we would stand by for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for what you do.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. I told him, thank you very much. It's a lot of work.
Okay, we have two applicants for the position. And one of them is here. Would you want to come forward and make some remarks to the board? I understand that Alice McCoy, the other applicant, is not here, won't be here today. But we do have in our packets information.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Scudder. I've applied for the position for the commissioner for the Pennington County Housing Authority Commission. I've been in the housing field since 1968. I worked with Pennington County Housing for 17 years, and I became the executive director of Meade County Housing for 23 years, and I also took on Lawrence County Housing and Butte County Housing. I'm very familiar with the Housing Authority rules and regulations and how it operates. I'm also a lifetime member of the National Housing and Redevelopment Officials, and I've held many certificates for housing. I constantly keep up my fair housing qualifications as well. I am very excited. I have retired from Meade County Housing, moved back to Rapid City, and very exciting to continue on in the housing field. I feel it is a very needed aspect of today's society, and I'm very familiar and hope that the selection would be very favorable for me.
Any questions for Sharon?
A lot of experience.
If not, we appreciate your stepping forward. Our other candidate, we have information in our packet, is an incumbent on the current board and has been for 10 years, and is active in the North Rapids Civic Association and has served in the legislature and works with the Rapid City Police Department Auxiliary. So, any comments or questions?
I have a question of Doug or JP. How often do vacancies come around? In other words, how many people are on the board and how often are they appointed?
It's a 5-year term, and there are 5 members on the board with one expiring each year.
Each year. Okay, thanks, Doug.
Any other questions?
I'd just like to say they're both really good applicants. And it's hard to decide, because they both are very qualified. I've worked on volunteer programs with Alice as well, and I know Sharon is very qualified, so.
Mr. Chair, since I believe in term limits, I'll nominate Ms. Scudder.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, are there term limits in your bylaws? No? Okay.
How are you going to conduct the election here, Mr. Chairman? Have you decided?
Arm wrestle or, oh, no.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Maybe we should just do a paper ballot.
What's the wish of the commission? Do you want to do a paper ballot?
Paper ballot.
Any objection? That's what we'll do then.
Here, Holly, here's some paper.
Oh.
Would give them to.
Oh, you got one?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I just say that no matter who this ends up being, I would hope that both ladies would keep in touch with the housing board, because It isn't very often we have such good candidates for this kind of thing. I don't know how it's going to come out, but I would like to see both of them on this board.
I agree.
Sharon Scudder, 1.
Okay, congratulations, Sharon. Okay, our next item, we're 10 minutes early. We're planning and zoning.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to take a 10-minute recess.
Second.
10-minute recess has been called for. All in favor, say aye.
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 We'll call the meeting back to order, and we need a motion to convene the Board of Adjustment.
So moved?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item 23A.
Good morning, Cassie Bolstead, Assistant Planning Director. Item 23A is a variance request, VA 1603, to reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 25 feet to 15 feet to construct an addition to an existing pump house, and also to reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 25 feet to 5 feet for an existing pump house. The applicant here is C&J Sanders, which is now owned by Hysiga Meadows Water. The agent is Mick Bloomer. To kind of give a little background on this one, this variance was applied for on March 16th of this year. And during research, staff actually found a variance from 1998, variance 9820. That was approved on December 1st, 1998, with a motion to accept the recommendation of staff and approve the variance request to reduce the minimum rear yard setback from 25 feet to 10 feet in a limited agriculture district. The reason that the applicants were requesting this variance, they are proposing to build an addition onto the existing pump house so that they can separate chemicals from what's in the pump house right now to meet water regulations. So staff did some research into this variance. It was unanimously approved. It did not indicate that the variance only applied to a certain structure or for a certain time frame. So staff has determined that that variance is still valid and would apply to the entire rear yard setback.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if that one's still valid, why do we need this one?
They don't. So we're recommending to
Moving
withdraw
to
this
withdraw
one.
the variance.
Yep.
I mean, I don't care, I'd vote for
Yeah,
it too.
yeah.
We're good. Thanks, Cassie.
Do you need a motion to
To withdraw the variance, just,
withdraw it?
And can I also request that you add in that we refund their money? We would do so anyway, but.
Yes.
yes, I'll accept that amendment, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comment or discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
Item B is another variance request, VA 1604 for Rushmore Caves. This is to exceed the maximum height requirement in a highway service district from 35 feet in order to allow a 56-foot tall structure. The applicant is Tom Hagan. He is in the audience today. The applicant's This has been before you before for this roller coaster. They are currently in the process of constructing the roller coaster. Through engineered stamp plans, it has been determined that there is one section of the roller coaster that will be above the 35 feet. Its actual below-grade height measurement is 52.6 feet, and the above-grade height measurement is 48.3 feet. He's requesting a 56-foot height variance to allow for possible alterations in the construction process. Where the height variance would be in one consolidated area around this circle right here, identified as Circle 1. That is where there would be approximately 150 feet of track that would be above that 35-foot height. So he is requesting this variance to continue moving forward with the building of the roller coaster. So if this variance is approved, staff does recommend that there be 3 conditions included. This was routed through the interdepartmental review process. There was a couple concerns that were raised. The County Water Protection Coordinator did ask for a certified installer to verify the location of the drain field, as there was some concern that this track does go through the drain field. We did receive information this morning from a certified installer that he does not believe that the track does go through the drain field. He has signed off on something stating that. The county environmental planner also had the same concern. And then the county fire coordinator did have some concerns regarding safety, but PJ did do a little bit of research into this and did find, I believe, that there is a South Dakota codified law that does deal with amusement rides that he would have to adhere to for safety standards and things along those lines. Some criteria for the variance request. The specific circumstances or conditions such as exceptional narrowness, topography, or sighting exist. The applicant has stated that for the proposed mountain coaster to operate effectively and safely, the variance is necessary due to topography of the property. Also, they have provided an aerial photo with a contour interval overlay, which illustrates this topography. Another criteria for this variance request is that the variance does not grant a use which is otherwise excluded. The maximum height variance would not grant a use which is otherwise excluded, as in highway service. They are allowed to have commercial recreation and amusement structures. That is an allowed use within a highway service district. In addition, the proposed variance would help the applicant continue construction of the mountain coaster, like I said, with approximately 150 feet of track, mostly centered within or as part of Circle 1, which is right here. PJ had this illustration that Circle 1 would look somewhat similar to this photo with more track and more poles for support. But that is similar to what the circle would look like. The third criteria would be that due to the specific circumstance or existing conditions, strict application of the zoning ordinance would be an unwarranted hardship. Strict application of the zoning ordinance would normally prevent the applicant from constructing the mountain coaster as it was designed. This is a unique case as the applicant has already begun construction and created a self-imposed hardship on the project. The existing specific circumstances and current conditions of the mountain coaster are a result of this self-imposed hardship. So if variance 1604 were denied, it would require that the applicant redesign and re-engineer the roller coaster to figure out how to relocate that part of the track to not be over the 35-foot height requirement. And then the last criteria is that the granting of a variance is not contrary to public interest and is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the zoning ordinance. Granting this maximum height variance would allow for portions of the mountain coaster to be up to 56 feet high. This request does not appear to be contrary to the public interest, as staff has received only 2 phone calls from neighbors who received their hearing letters, and both calls were not complaints, merely requesting verification on what the variance is actually for. So at this time, if variance VA 1604 is approved by the Board of Adjustment, staff recommends 3 conditions be included.
Okay, any questions for Cassie?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so has a building permit been issued?
No, at this time, the building permit has not been issued.
And they're continuing to build, or they are stopping?
They have stopped. We have verified that there is no construction taking place on the property right now.
So, Ms. Cassie, they met the 5 conditions at this point to move forward on the variance, besides?
The 5 conditions from last Board of Commissioners meeting?
Yes.
To my knowledge, they have not paid their penalty fee, but this variance would allow for the building permit to move forward if the penalty fee were paid.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Does anyone else wish to comment on this issue? Come forward, state your name.
There's a few people.
My name is Sally Wire, and I live on 24378 Lost Cave Road. I want to speak to a pattern that has developed, and that's all I'm going to speak to. Lost Cave Road developed a road district last fall. We had our election in August, and the partners that own the cave were part of that process and were aware of that. In November, all of a sudden, work commenced on our road that had not been authorized by our road district. And we were curious as to why this was taking place. And through inquiry, discovered then that the cave had received a new designation for zoning, and that because it had been denied before, we were surprised. But then we discovered that apparently on appeal, it got changed to a highway service district, and that the way we were informed by Mr. Hagan, by law, there was no requirement to inform the neighbors. And so we found out about the new plans for the coaster kind of after the fact. And so we, as a road district board, Lance Rumbaugh, who is the president, myself as vice president, and Julia Rumbaugh as secretary treasurer, met with Mr. Hagan in early December to ask questions and get more information and to inquire as to why work was done on our road without any authorization from the district, any notification of what was going on. He explained the plan that they had in place, told us that what they were planning to do, we had concerns about noise. We also had concerns about the integrity of the hillside of where this was going to be constructed. And he gave us a tour. We asked for a tour, and he welcomed that tour, tried to provide information about the coaster. And so the pattern that's developing, it's like, okay, the work gets done, and then we'll tell people. Mm-hmm. We'll get started, and then we'll hope. So they'd already made plans for accessing their property that borders Lost Cave Road in order to get the heavy equipment in to deal with construction. And so as homeowners, we are just concerned about the pattern that is developing regarding how work is commencing. It is interesting to me that if you have an engineer design your coaster, that they would recognize this variance would be needed in terms of safety and, other things that might happen. So I just wanted to bring to your attention how this has proceeded. We'd asked the cave on that day in December to please provide to the Lost Cave Road District a document that explained what they had requested of the road contractor, who they contracted with to do that road work, what had been laid down, so that there's at least a record. Verbally, Mr. Hagan told us that the road district would not be responsible for the costs that were done with that road work. Obviously, more work is going to be needed, but yet we have yet to receive the document that says this is when we approached the contractor, this is when we decided that this would occur. As of early December, when we met with him, I had even inquired about this building permit too, because I thought, wow, you've done all this, there's a building permit we didn't know about, and that had not been approved. He said, oh, well, let me check. Oh, there's the email I'm looking for. So, okay, so then apparently it was a done deal at that point. But I thank you for your time. I'm just giving this description because it is speaking to a pattern that the cave is adopting in the projects that they have in their future planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. I'm Arlette Schweitzer.
I'm Dan Schweitzer.
Once again, we're spending a morning trying to defend our right to enjoy our home and our property in peace. 20 years ago, we bought our American dream, a home in the country with quiet neighbors and a quiet cave nearby. It was heaven. We loved working in the yard, listening to birds in the creek, morning coffee outdoors and supper on the deck. Then people that do not care about any of these things, that only want to be in this valley not for peace but for money, have completely changed our lives. Imagine living next door where people scream terrifying screams that send a chill up your back all day and into the night. It is so wrong and it is so sad. Please, we beg you to help control this assault on the environmental pollution that deny this variance. And I'd love to follow up on what the lady ahead of us just said. It's like we can construct and then ask. We too were taken aback because when we were here before, we thought the service road, whatever it was, denied, and then found out later. It was an assault.
It's just funny, when I built a garage, somebody came out from the county, measured where I wanted so far from the highway, or the right-of-way, and then give me a building permit. But why can they do that and they can build most of it and then ask for a building permit? It's not right, it's a double standard. And the screaming of the people, that's the noise we talk about, when they come down the roller coaster or the zip line or.
Our way of life has completely changed. Our way of life has completely changed. It's just so sad because this is not right. It's just simply not right. And if you had to live next door, it isn't that they had a zip line. It was the people on it that just scream. You can't even imagine that when you're out working in the yard and you have to plug your ears and just swear. It's just violating our life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tom Pitlick. In 2013, I purchased 2 lots in the Forty Oaks subdivision, which subdivision adjoins the southernmost edge of the Rushmore Cave property. When I purchased the property in 2013, the Caves property was zoned agricultural. And as mentioned before, we're here because of some controversy that took place. You'll recall, it's been mentioned before, the commission did deny the zoning request. And subsequent to that, it was overturned by the circuit court judge. And I too share the same frustration of not even knowing about it until after it was done. And I do understand that legally we were not required to be notified, and that I felt there was a gap there and that we were not able to provide more information as to what the consequences would be to our property. The proposal before you is a 60% change in the current standard. The prospects of having already to listen to a coaster coming down a mountain near the property, and it's already compromised the value of the property I have as well as the lifestyle that I intended to have there in my retirement years. And now something that'll be 4 or 5 stories high will just add to the noise pollution. Now we have visual, we have to see something that high, and it just kind of ruins the landscape. And in general, I'm just frustrated too in the way things have transpired with this and not knowing what's going on. When the request is made by the cave to you, you may also recall that they did not disclose a plan for the property. They mentioned having trees there and things like that. And it's quite apparent that they did have a plan for the property. They just don't want to disclose it because of the consequences that it may have for them. So in summary, I just ask that you strongly consider this request, consider what additional damage that may do to the adjoining property owners. In my opinion, we already suffered some financial loss in the value of the properties as well as a lifestyle through, in my opinion, no fault of our own. So I would ask you to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, and thank you for hearing this issue. My name is Tom Hagan, and I do have Rushmore Cave. I'd like to start by speaking to a few of the things that have just come up. One of them being the Highway Service District zoning. We followed the regulations. We came in front of this board, and the zoning was, as they said, was denied. By the advice of council, we were told that there was an impropriety in that. We pursued that, and a judge awarded us Highway Service District zoning. At that time, I went to the county planning and zoning office and said, is there going to be any kind of official notification that this took place? And I was told, we don't have to do that. Them, not me. When I said we, I'm referring to planning and zoning. And I said, well, is it my best interest for me to do this? And I was told by the planning and zoning office, their best advice to me was to let that go. That by following up with that would be kind of poking the bear or whatever, to let sleeping dogs lie and just move on with your business. I took that advice and I moved on with my business, and I did not. So that's the reasoning that nothing came out on that. Moving forward, as to the road district, the road was there. The access to our cave was, or up to the top of the hill was already there. We did not create a road. We didn't build a road. The road existed, and it was on our, and the part on our property we did improve. The part on public property we did improve. I honestly thought I was doing a good thing for my neighbors and for my community by doing that. That road was in terrible shape, and you couldn't hardly drive down it in a two-wheel drive car without wrecking your car. And I thought by bringing in gravel and smoothing it over, I was actually helping my area and my community to do that. I really did. It is starting to show signs of rutting again, and I've already talked to the road district and let them know that when we're done with the road, it will once again be gravelled, it will once again be bladed, and at the end of this project, they'll have a road that's far better than the one that was when we started. As to the, I was asked to present a piece of paper saying what we'd done to the road district. I talked to the president of the road district, Lance Rombaugh, and I said, Lance, I'm really waiting to get back my stuff from Badlands Sand and Gravel, because they're the ones that did the gravel, and I wanted the exact amount and all the stuff. And he told me at that time, he said, I know where to find you if I ever need it. So I kind of put it on the back burner, and I didn't follow up with it as I should have. But Lance and I have talked over this situation several times. He doesn't seem to have an issue with me. I certainly don't have an issue with Lance. Moving on to the coaster, we have been over this. I did the wrong thing, and I don't deny it. It is what it is. I did the wrong thing. I should not have started to build. I take responsibility for that. As to property values in our area, I think that was an argument that was made before we did the Highway Service District zoning, and that was actually part of the impropriety that allowed us to get Highway Service District zoning, is there was never any kind of anything that came forward that showed that that was actually the case. That's the impropriety that allowed us to do the zoning in the first place. So let me check my notes here for a moment, if I might. So the question of what and why do we need this variance? As you can see, looking at that picture, that's similar to what we're going to be building. Now, for that ride to be safe, we have to build it in a specific way. The downgrade on that track has to be maintained between 6% downgrade and 28% downgrade. It can't be any flatter than 6%, because if so, the carts that run on the track could come to a complete stop. And if they do that, they form an obstacle on the track. If it's more than 28%, there's a governor on the underside of the carts that keep track of the speeds, keep the speeds down, keep the speeds safe. If you have more than a 28% incline, it can achieve speeds that are not safe, override the governor, and cause a dangerous situation for the riders. So that's what we have to maintain. The hill and the location where we're proposing this variance is over 50% grade. So it's simply a matter of mathematics. If we're going to build the ride at a safe downgrade, we have this much hill, we have to have this much tower to maintain that 28%. I could build the tower at 35 feet and avoid this variance process and get a permit and do that. The problem is, if we were to do that, we would go beyond the 28% and the ride would no longer be as safe as the ride could possibly be. Now, we are going to move forward with this project in some form. If we do not do it at this variance, it will be a matter of going back to engineers and having them redesign some type of support to support these carts. I have been told, and I submitted in a packet, by the company that builds these, they've built over 250 of them over the past 40 years, that the design that we submitted is the safest possible design to build this ride. So the ride will be built, but we want to build it in the safest possible manner for those that are going to ride the ride. And that's really what it comes down to for us. The 52 feet, or the 50, the pole's 52 feet. Upon advice of PJ, I asked for 56 feet because he said I might want a buffer in there, and that's fine, so I asked for 56 feet. The pole itself will not be on the top of the hill as an eyesore standing up. The tower and the pole sit about 160 feet from the crest of the hill. So they sit down at the bottom of the hill. The backdrop of the area is the hillside and pine trees. So it will not be silhouetted, hopefully not stand out as much as everyone thinks it will be. The rest of the ride is under the 35-foot compliance. We're not asking for any kind of variance on any other part of the build, just that one particular part of the build. There was a question about noise concerns. In your packets, this company builds these rides near private homes, near ski slopes, places where people have spent a lot of money to live there. And in 2007, one of the places they were trying to build in Germany required that they do a third-party, independent noise study to determine what the noise of this ride was. I included portions of that in a letter I sent to our neighbors, and also I included the entire report in your packet. In there it talks about listening for the noise not only of the ride itself, but of the screams and cries of the passengers, as well as the parking lot noise adjacent to the ride. They set up microphones in 5 different locations around the ride, listening posts, and they picked a day that started out at 60% attendance, and that moved up to, I believe, 80% attendance throughout the day. So it was a fairly busy day. It lists the weather, it lists all the stuff in the report. And at the end, what they discovered was the ride, the average decibel for the ride was 54 decibels. Now, that wouldn't mean a lot to me, so I went online and I looked at a calculator or a comparator, and it said 60 decibels is the sound of a normal talking voice at 3 feet. So 54 decibels is quieter even than that, and that's the average noise level of this ride, which I don't think is beyond the pale.
Mr. Chair, can I ask him a question about that?
Yes.
So it's just the ride, it's not the people in it?
They tested the ride and the people on it in their noise test.
And their screaming was only...
One of the things on this ride that's going to be different than our Soaring Eagle ride, that is part of a determining factor on that, is in this, each person has their own cart, and each cart has its own brake system. So as you start to go down, if you go into the corners and you feel you're going fast and it's overwhelming you, you just pull back and then you brake. And so you can go down at a speed that is comfortable for you, that you feel is safe. So by doing that, there will always be the occasional customer that just is loud and likes to hear themselves scream. You're never going to avoid that. But by doing that, we're avoiding the screaming of people who are uncomfortable, who are having an issue, because they can simply brake, and that does that.
I also have another question about the noise level. You are in a canyon where the noise reverberates back and forth. And I kind of question having a noise level study in Germany that is in a very different topography than what you're dealing with.
When I brought the noise level, it's simply the most complete picture of what the noise will be that I can bring you. If I had a noise level that had been conducted in Hayward, I certainly would have brought one. I know noise is an issue, and I tried to investigate and address how much of an issue that would be. And one of the things I found was this report that I gave you, so I wanted to make sure that you were privy to that.
I get what you were trying to do, but I'm just not sure that applies to the area where you're at, because I grew up in that area. I know what it's like to have kids playing down in that valley, and we loved it that we could make our noise bounce off. And I just am curious why. I'm just not sure that applies.
So, Mr. Chair, I have to agree with Ms. Troutman. Number one, it's in a draw there. So it says right in your requirements, allowed recommended emissions, daytime is 60, nighttime is 45. You said your max is 54 decibels. And you are conducting this right at night, so you are over
No.
that max.
We are not conducting this right at night.
Okay, your
And-
hours, off time on work days, 6 to 7. You have 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., off time Sundays and holidays.
That's the report from Germany.
Okay, that's
That's not
yours?
us. This was the report that was done specifically for the ride and the site in Germany.
Okay.
So that information that you're seeing on hours they're open, on that sort of thing, that's all from that specific ride where they did the test.
So in Germany, sir, without having the canyon there, your decibel level was at 54 average. Theirs was in Germany, not yours.
Theirs was. But on there, what you can see is if you look at what's called, I think they're called MPs
Yes,
or
sir,
LPs. And what those tell you is from the ride to where they set up the microphone, it tells you what the decibel levels were that far from the ride. Whether you're in a canyon or whether you're in the open, those microphones being the same distance from the ride are going to record the same levels.
Mr. Chair, I think we're off topic. I think the issue is variance for the height of the tower.
Right.
Isn't that what we're talking
And the
about?
tower and the coaster come together, George.
Well, but
I can move forward.
once again, we're not talking about the coaster. We're talking about a tower. That's what the variance is about. So we're off topic talking about permitting the whole project.
We're talking about decimal levels of noise at 52 feet up, George.
Brought up.
In a canyon. That doesn't apply?
The
that what you're
variance, the
saying?
variance is for tower height.
Right.
And Mr. Chair, may I point out that you did offer that information to us, so I guess I think that it's appropriate we ask you about that.
Well, no, and my point was, going through the valley for the last 8 years, I understand one of the biggest issues is noise. And when we went to do this, that was something that I did consider. And this noise report was something that I asked for because I wanted to know what the noise level of that was. And this was presented to me, and at 54 decibels, I felt that was not.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I would agree, but that's just on the equipment. That is not
No,
the
right
noise
in here it
level from
says-
the people riding it.
It does. It says
No,
right in here it is.
I read it.
I'm sorry, I gotta find it. I don't have it with me.
It says on your letter, the second page, the study was performed, that paragraph starting there. It says that those measurements were put on the ride to measure the decibel levels on the ride. And then you yourself mentioned that the screaming is separate because of the way you write that. You say,
I specifically addressed the screaming because I knew it was going to be a specific issue.
but the reason,
At the beginning of the
Mr. Chair, may I just ask you directly? Did this study just measure the sound of the equipment?
I'm trying to find exactly where it says it. And it says in here that screams and cries of the guests were taken into consideration.
Were they measured?
Well,
Because
if I could-
those pieces of equipment were put on the ride. They were
No,
not.
they were put at varying distances from
I'm
the ride.
just reading what you said.
It actually
They were
says-
put at varying distances from the
Guys,
ride,
hold on a
correct?
sec. It says in the noise measurements carried out are to evaluate system noise peak level. This is due to the background noise level of the excess from the individual measurements as emission levels and scored the highest peak level from the measurement that is not assigned to the background noise as recognized peak levels for appraising all measuring points with dBA. So you took it without if you took it from this chart, it's without background noise.
Correct.
Sir?
No screaming.
It says
Right?
it on page
This is the
7, sir.
quote. This is the quote from that. The quote, it says,
I guess this is from your paper, sir,
Mm-hmm.
that you gave us. And this is from the roller coaster that you said, sir, that is already running without being in a canyon.
this is, as I said, this noise study was done at the bequest of a zoning and planning ordinance organization before they would
In
allow this to be
Germany?
built. Yes.
In Germany? Okay.
Before they would allow this to be built, because it was going in an area where there were people that were going to be living there. And just like you, they were concerned about the homeowners in the area and requested this be done. And you were talking earlier about what the max levels were. This
70.
planning and zoning said it can't be above 45 at night, it can't be above 60 during the day,
Right.
and the peak can't be above 90 at any point, whether it's a scream or a crash, or it can't go above 90.
And you
So-
measured, you said you
So
measured
they,
it.
well, they hired an independent third party to come in,
Right.
that's what they do, is they measure noise. They measured the noise, and they produced this report.
So where is it with the screams and the, where's that? Because page 7 is without the background noise. Where's the measurements, sir, with the
And I am honestly
noise
trying to
that's with
find
it?
I even quoted it. There we go. Thank you. Okay, on the TUEV summary, which is number 9, it says the noise exposure by commercial noise during the operation of the toboggan run, which is the ride, with the additional emission parts caused by the behavior of the guests and the travel on the car park have been determined for the emission points. So they did take into consideration the guests, the ride, and the
And
car
where
park.
is the information on that?
Where's that at?
All that is in this, as far as
No.
what the decibels are.
It says it doesn't include it.
It was included.
Do you have a different paper, sir?
Yeah, maybe you do.
I don't believe so. It's the one I presented to you guys in your packet. I presented
can
it
only go by what
right
this
in the
says.
packet.
I'm trying to find it with the background noise.
Yeah.
I'm also, I remember dealing with the DC converter and the noise in the background and the vibration. That's just measured the noise. It did not do the vibration off of the DC tie, let alone this roller coaster. Is it not, it doesn't go that fast where it does any kind of vibrating or anything like that to the ground? or-
It's very quiet. I should have brought the video I had last time. Remember I played a video and I said this is as loud as the thing gets?
Right.
And it's very quiet.
The
Okay, I
operation.
think we kind of reviewed this
To death.
side of it. In terms of the process that we're involved in,
Okay.
and the fact that there is not yet a building permit. And the building permit is surrounded by a fee and a penalty.
Right. And I've said I will definitely pay the fee. I had not paid the fee yet because the building permit hasn't been issued. Or I haven't paid the penalty yet, I'm sorry. Well, I've paid one or the other. I've paid $11,330. So either I've paid for the permit or I've paid for the penalty, but I haven't paid the second half of it yet because the permit hasn't been issued.
And within the scope of this whole thing, if you get the variance, how soon are you going to pay the other?
As soon as I can possibly pay it and move on with the process.
The gentleman we dealt with earlier this morning had till 2 o'clock, I think, to pay his. And I'm not sure where the cart and where the horse are in this situation.
Mr. Chair, I have to, what he just read on the noise exposure by commercial noise during the operation of the toboggan run with additional emission parts caused by the behavior of the guests and the travel of the car park have to be determined for the emission points. Don't you have to determine that yourself and not from another roller coaster that is somewhere else, sir?
Well, again, what this did is set up microphones a certain distance from the ride and measure the noise of the ride. And I think whether that ride is sitting in Germany or Tennessee or South Dakota, the noise of the ride is the noise of the ride at the same distance away from the ride. And actually, the one I was trying to find, on the first page, under assignment of tasks, which is number 1, if you go down to about the 4th sentence, or 3rd sentence in there, it says the noise assessment which result from the operation of the toboggan run from the screams and cries of the guests as well as the traffic on the car park is to be considered.
Which, at this point, I think we need a noise assessment from your roller coaster before we decide that that noise DBA is conducive for that area. Because it says right in here, on your summary, it's the summary that's saying this, meaning your roller coaster might not be the same DBA decibel level as someone else's. And that's what I'm getting out of it, from the mishmarks caused by the behavior of the guests and the travel determined for the emission points, the assessment, assigned noise, whatever. Does that make sense to you? Because yours is gonna be different than somebody else's. This isn't like we're both buying a 98 car and they sound the same and they're gonna have the same DBA level. You're in a different area.
But
Might cause a little bit more DBA differentiation in, however you say that word, in that canyon, in that area. Plus you have trees and stuff around it. I'm not saying I don't like your roller coaster, I'm saying it has to be compliant with the area.
And I agree, and that was my point of including this, is I was trying to make it compliant with the area. When we looked into this, I looked into what the noise level was. I looked at a coaster that is essentially the same coaster we're building. When they went to do a noise study, they set up microphones around it, they ran the coaster, they listened to the people. They came back and did a report and said, this is how loud this is.
And their parking lot and their, the way they do it is all lined out exactly the same way you have it in a canyon.
Well, no.
That's what I'm saying.
But distance is distance. I mean, if we have a microphone from something creating noise and it's 40 feet away here, it's still 40 feet if it's in Germany. It's still 40 feet if
I'm in the hall, it's a lot different than it is here. Does that make sense? So you can't measure me the same in here as you can in the hall.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's, Jay, we have a gentleman, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Bobby Sunby. I'm also a limited partner on this property. Thank you for your understanding and your review of all the matter here. I would like to say a couple things. Number one, it's really not a roller coaster at all. When I hear that term, it just doesn't feel right at all.
He's been saying.
Excuse me?
That's what we've been told through Mr. Hagan.
Yeah, it's not a roller coaster at all. This is a very quiet ride. I was just in Colorado, and places like Park City that have this, and it was said earlier, $1 million houses are near these. They go down ski runs or in between ski runs at beautiful ski resorts. They're a modern, wonderful engineering feat, from German engineered, and so I just would like to not have the term roller coaster even used, because that's really throwing everybody's minds in the wrong direction, I think.
So what do you have it advertised on your billboards already, as a roller coaster?
Well, it's a mountain coaster, yeah.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
very quiet. My understanding is it's rubber wheels, and you can control the speed, as was said earlier. I'd also like to say, as a real estate expert and a realtor for 21 years, who's been involved in a lot of properties, including that area, that I don't believe it's going to affect property values at all. I honestly do not believe that. An example of that is my friend James Nelson, who we're on the board of the Children's Home Society together, and he asked me to come out and look at his property 3 or 4 months ago, and that property is assessed for over $600,000. It's not that far from the cave. I told him I think we could probably get more than that, and this is not going to affect it. And that's a friend and somebody that we have a mutual trust of each other and whatnot, so.
So, Mr. Chair, may I ask you, where is the property located? Is it in the valley?
His property is adjacent to the 40 Oaks subdivision from which this gentleman spoke of, just south of.
8 of a mile south of the cave. Like right when
Up
you come-
over in the hill?
No, when you come down in the valley from Hermosa,
Yep.
as you come down,
Mhm.
the creek, Battle Creek runs right
Yep.
through there. He's just in the valley from Battle Creek. You ever know it's called like Buffalo Billy's? Did you remember that place that used to be there? That's where he's built, is where Buffalo Billy's used to be.
So he's not really got.
He's adjacent.
He's definitely in the valley.
And-
He's in between Battle Creek and it's right where Foster Creek comes in, and he's definitely in the bottom of the valley.
And I could tell you that his assessment did not go down with the creation of the zip line, nor did anybody tell him he thought it went down in value. It's going up just like everybody else's property. Just as the properties at Park City that are $1 million plus that are closer to a ride of the same engineering, of the same engineers, of the same construction, are not going down in value. They're going up just like everybody else, so.
Okay, Jay, I'm going to ask you a question. Is it within our bounds to grant the height variance with conditions that include paying the penalty for the building permit?
Yeah, I think.
And it is not valid until such is done?
Yeah, I think you could do that if you sought to approve the variance with one of the conditions being that obviously the building permit has to be issued, and until that all that money is paid, that permit will not be issued. So you could place that as a condition.
Mr. Chair, I guess.
If someone so chooses to make that motion.
Mr. Chair, may I also ask, the thing that bothers me the most is that you have been in and out of our planning and zoning over and over and over again. You have been before us over and over again, and you began a huge project without a building permit. And you cannot tell me that you didn't know about it.
And I never said that. I never once said
But
that.
why would you do that? That's my problem. And is there a way that we can assure that this doesn't happen again with your organization?
Could I just say that I thought we absolutely had a building permit?
How very
I saw-
sad that
if
you
I
believed him.
If I could just say for 30 seconds, I saw paperwork that said building permit, and we paid, he said we paid $11,000, so anyway, apparently there was a glitch.
Well, there's a stop work now, Mr. Sunby. Obviously, you didn't have one.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would just like to speak to the commissioner's concern. Can I do that?
It better be good.
I'm going to ask,
I'm just going to tell you the truth, is all I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to ask someone on this commission to make a motion. We've chased this around enough.
Okay.
There's a lady in the back. Come forward and identify yourself.
I'm Virginia Wharton, and we live at 1363 Twisted Oaks Trails, which is adjacent to what they're. We were at the first planning commission when it was denied, when we won. We thought we won, and what my understanding is that one of the reasons that you guys wanted to change is because you didn't want to have to come before the county commissioners every time you wanted to change, correct? Okay. So at that time, the county commissioners said, we're not going to change it. You went around us. Yes, legally or however, you never notified us. The first we found out about it is when we're talking to our neighbors. And that's fine. Yeah, that's how you did it. You could have sent a letter. You could have notified us. I don't care who you are. Personally, you should have. That's my opinion. I'm one of the landowners. We didn't know this was happening, so we get a letter that there's a variance because of this project. My question to you is, if we are landowners and we come to you and we want to make a change, we have to get a building permit. Is that different for their property?
No.
Okay, how did this happen? How could they start building without you already given permission? And if you would have had to give permission at that time, would you not have come to the people who live there and asked if this was something we cared about? Do we have no say in it at all? That's my question to you. How can this happen without even a building permission being issued? We can't start our projects. Why is it different for them? That's all I'm going to say about it.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't said anything yet. Now you made me forget.
I just looked at you.
No, I've been against most of the development down there for a long, long time. The zip line was a horrible mistake. I feel bad for the people who were there before we started building amusement parks down there. I will obviously be voting against this one. I'll probably go back to court. We may lose, I don't know, who knows. I'm disappointed in the Planning and Zoning Department if they gave you advice not to notify anybody because it might raise a red flag that we better not be doing. If we did it, we better not do it anymore. That's terrible. We're better off to shut up and not say anything. And part of the reason is, and I've railed against this for quite some time, you come to the county commission and it's much easier to get forgiveness than it is permission, and I think that's exactly where we're at right here.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, go ahead.
I'll be quick. I know we want to move on here. I was involved in emails between Tom and PJ about what is the construction permit? What's the personal property? What's the real estate attachment? There was a big discussion about that for the building permit, which we all know is going to equate to how it's assessed and whatnot. So there was lots of discussions about a building permit, and like I just said, I thought we had the building permit. We paid $8,000 or $11,000 for a building permit, I thought. So that's all. And also, none of us are engineers, but when you look at drawings like this, and you have engineers from Germany, and you have the planning department director, and a surveyor, and people like that involved, and the discussions are going well, and somebody missed that it's over 35 feet. That's how this happened. So if that helps.
But do you understand that the fact that you started construction, that there is not only the $11,000 that you paid, but the penalty, which is double. And the double side of it has not yet been paid.
Well, I understand that today.
And there is no building permit.
Thank you.
And so internally, you folks may have something to visit about.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
Mr.
that.
Chair, may I also ask, yeah, there probably is a lot going back and forth right now about the building permit, but was there that kind of conversation beforehand? Because I cannot imagine that we would not say you have to have a building permit.
You did, and like I said, I'm happy to address and talk to you about this, if I'm given the opportunity. If you don't want to give me the opportunity, that's fine too, but I'd be happy to address it with you.
The point is, the action is there. How can you justify it when you have so much experience with our
guys.
planning and zoning?
Nance,
You keep
I
asking
think
me, and I'm
he's got it.
I'll answer the
Tom,
question if you'd like me to.
Stop.
Okay.
We're good.
Do we
Thank you.
have a motion?
Yeah,
You're
Mr.
good,
Ch-
guys.
Mr.
Let's
Chair,
mo-
I move
let's
to
vote.
deny.
We have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Yes, if there was a decibel level on this, I would probably be willing to change my vote because I would like to know what kind of noise level those neighbors have to deal with. That would be my big concern on this issue, sir. Other than that, I would be satisfied if there was some type of study done. I don't know how you do it without having it built, but there's got to be someone that does noise levels in canyons with roller coasters going down it at a certain, you see what I'm saying? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one quick question, and it's just for my edification. We got a very nice letter from the South Dakota Department of Tourism, a fellow by the name of James Hagan.
He's a Secretary of Tourism, and he is no relation to me.
That was my question.
He is not my relation. He is the Secretary of Tourism, however. and
Mr.
sees this as a
Hagan,
tourism
I would suggest one thing, sir. Part of being a good neighbor, you don't have to have the P and Z send letters for you. If you've had troubles in the past, the best thing to do would be work with your neighbors and not try to sketch the system a little bit. So we can blame it on somebody else, but the bottom line is you. So I would suggest in the future that follow all guidelines and try to be a good neighbor, and you'll probably find that this area would probably be less controversial, sir.
The following all guidelines, I completely agree I should have. The being a good neighbor, I have always tried to do things in the best interest of my area.
I think we're done.
Roll call.
May I have one
Roll
comment?
call vote.
Mr. Chair, might I have a say?
Yeah. Please do.
South Dakota is what, number two industries, or tourism, or whatever. And obviously, most of tourism is in the western part of South Dakota, where we live.
Isn't that today?
Tourism is fine, except in not my backyard. Thank you.
Anything else from the commission? Roll call vote.
Just a second, what's the motion again?
To deny.
To deny the variance. Buskerud?
Aye.
Barabee?
No.
Adcock?
No.
Troutman?
Aye.
Peterson?
No.
I meant the other way, sorry.
Yeah,
Deny.
it's to
Yeah.
deny.
Doesn't make any difference, it takes 4 votes.
Takes 4 votes.
Okay. So it's denied either way?
Denied either way, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Karen, put mine as denial, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Consent agenda.
The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following items. Item C, second reading of rezone RZ 1601 for Thomas and Janine Price. Approval is recommended. Item D, first reading and public hearing of Plan Unit Development PU 1601 for Donna and Lyle Hartshorn. This is recommended to be continued to the May 3rd, 2016 Board of Commissioners meeting. And item E is first reading and public hearing of Major Plan Unit Development Amendment PU 1602 for the Water Company at Rushmore Ranch LLC, James W. Olson as the agent, and approval is recommended.
Does anyone wish any of the items on the consent agenda removed? If not, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent items in planning and zoning.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Next item is item F.
Item F is a vacation of section line right-of-way via 1602 to vacate the section line right-of-way lying in a portion of Government Lot 1 and a portion of Government Lot 12 of Section 33, the remaining portion of Government Lot 2 of Section 34, and Lot 5 of Block 3 of Harney Mountain Wilderness Estates. The applicant and owner is Harney Mountain LLC, Jim Skull. The applicant is requesting to vacate approximately 1,602 feet of section line right-of-way lying within the 4 subject properties. As you can see, there's 4 parcels involved in this. As it exists today, it's zone limited ag. As I said, there's 4 properties. Access currently is from Palmer Pond Court. Palmer Pond Court is an improved road with a 20-foot wide paved surface, and this road will not be affected by the vacation of section line right-of-way. One of these properties is located within Harney Mountain Wilderness Estates. The other 3 are government lots that the applicant owns and plans to plat into Harney Mountain Wilderness subdivision, and all 4 lots are currently vacant. There are petition requirements to vacate a section line equal to 1% of the votes cast in the last gubernatorial election.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion to approve item F. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say
Mr. Chair,
aye.
I do have one comment. Is the applicant aware, and maybe the state's attorney will correct me, but is the applicant aware that even though the section line is vacated, that doesn't mean that that's buildable property? In other words, if in that 66-foot right-of-way, it's vacated and you put a house on it or a building, and the government or we the people need that section line back, then the removal of what's on that section line is up to the applicant. Does he understand that?
I'm not sure if he's had that conversation with PJ at this point. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to make that clear that that section line is not buildable on. It still belongs to we the people.
Any other discussion?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item G.
Item G is a second vacation of section line right-of-way.
Move approval.
I would like to hear, go ahead.
This is via 1603 to vacate the portion of section line right-of-way lying in Lot 1R of Block 2 of Harney Mountain Wilderness. Again, this is for Harney Mountain LLC, Jim Skull. This one is vacating approximately 1,076 feet of north-south section line right-of-way and approximately 592 feet of east-west section line right-of-way lying on this subject property. This property takes its access from Old Hill City Road, which again is an improved road. This lot is vacant except for 2 power lines. He has met the petition requirements. He was required to get 335 signatures, and the auditor's department did verify that on March 21st. This was routed through the departmental review process. No significant concerns were raised. He wants to vacate this section line, and also in order to have a more buildable area on the lot, he wouldn't have to meet the 58-foot section line right-of-way setbacks. And the section line, if it's not vacated, would not provide any adequate means of travel for the public, as it is very mountainous. And there are also 2 other roads, Osprey Trail and Addie Camp Trail, in the immediate vicinity that provide access to the lots north of this property. And these section lines do not provide any access to Forest Service lands. Staff did go out to this property and walk the section line on April 13th. The topography, starting where it meets Old Hill City Road, has an elevation of approximately 4,880 feet and rises 40 feet, less than 200 feet into the property. So it is a very mountainous area for a section line, and there is currently an overhead power line along the east property line, which will prohibit the section line from being open to build a road based on its proximity
Move
to
approval,
that power
Mr. Chair.
line.
Thank you, Ms. Cassie. I'll second that. Thank you.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item H.
Good morning, Brittany Molitor, Water Protection Coordinator. Item H is a vacation of section line for Kevin and Gail Tone. It's to vacate that portion of section line right-of-way lying in the southwest quarter, the northwest quarter in section 12, and the southeast quarter and the northeast quarter in section 11.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
No access points for anybody, so you won't landlock anybody on this property?
according to comments from the city, there are easements that's going to be granted as part of a plat.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item I.
Item I is the second reading of rezone RZ 1603 and comprehensive plan amendment CA 1602 for Mitch Morris. Let me get my notes out here. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this rezone originally, and that motion to approve failed 4-3. The Board of Commissioners did hear the first reading of this on April 5th. And the motion carried 3-2. So this is the second reading of this as required. And again, what he is proposing to do is rezone 559.68 acres from General Agriculture District to Low Density Residential District and amend the comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use from Limited Agriculture District to Low Density Residential District.
I'll move approval on this.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
I'd like to make a comment on that.
Yes, sir. Come forward, state your name.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Mark Poliski. I represent or speak on behalf of the Rapid City Trap Club, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed rezone to the east, or to the west and to the south, as you can see on your overhead. That little line diagonally in that lot is our trap club. We believe that the proposed rezone of the adjacent property is an incompatible use with what's there now. Just tell you a little bit about our club. Rapid City Trap Club is a 501c4 nonprofit. Our goal is to provide safe venue for participation and promotion of shotgun clay target sports. We have been in nearly continual operation at that location for over 40 years. We're currently current on our real estate taxes, and we try to make ourselves to be as good a neighbors as we can. We provide recreational activities for over 200 annual members and 200 plus life members, as well as non-members from our community and surrounding communities. We host shotgun clay target shooting opportunities for shooters nearly every week of the year, weather permitting, and really gear up April through October. We've played a key role in introducing youth shooters and hunters through our role with South Dakota Game Fish and programs and Hunt Safe and training of young shooters and hunters. We have a vibrant youth program as evidenced by the success of our youth teams in national and international competition. As we all know, there's a real shortage of areas suitable for firearms-related activities, and I'd mentioned Beretta Road is one. We all know that the problems that we've had up there. In closing, I guess I'd just like to say that because residential encroachment has historically caused a limitation or total cessation of facilities like ours. And I think we can see that when we have incompatible uses or uses where conflicts arise, there's a lot of passion and things like that result in that. So as a whole, we'd be opposed to that because we feel that it's going to jeopardize our future at a location where we've been in operation for decades. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
How many acres do you own there?
It's approximately 40 acres.
40?
Where's it at?
So, I mean, it's that one where
Bare
down,
spot?
where that little line goes across the bottom there, correct?
Yeah, right there where the where the cursor's at, right there.
How much area do you think you need? I mean, it would be possible for him to rezone some of it and maybe us put an easement on some of it that he couldn't build in there, something like that, I don't know. But, I mean, are you talking all 500 acres?
Our concern is because of residential conflicts that we have with residential owners that may move into the area, be it noise, be it whatever our activities are. You know, case in point is Isaac Walton League had a facility north of town off of the Haynes Road and Erickson Ranch Road between that, and they're closed because of residential encroachment that came in on them.
So how big an area around your place do you want?
I don't know. the
mean,
answer
yeah.
to that. A buffer, you're talking about some kind of a buffer, maybe it's a 100-yard buffer, maybe it's a
Well,
200-yard buffer.
I wouldn't mind 40 acres, or maybe Mitch might, but, I mean,
And
you know, yeah, I think there's some room for
Mr.
discussion there, I don't know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I just, I want to support what you said about the noise and everything. I live over the hill at Elks Country Estates, and I do hear you guys. You're fine, I don't care that I hear you, but I have neighbors that complain, and we are clear over the hill. So I see what you're saying with the residents moving into the area. I think you have a valid concern. It's
But
a
you-
crazy thing, I know.
But at the Elks Country State, you also hear golfers swearing.
And we hear Friday night racing, but, you know, I mean, and what he's saying is true. The residents will complain.
You know, that's a good point, you bring that up, because our skeet fields did come from Elk Country Estates. They're originally at that location by the Elks Club, and they were operated by the Elks Club, and we moved them out to our facility a decade or more ago.
Do we have a zoning map by chance on here, Cassie? Because I know we do have some buffer of general commercial, but how far are you gonna make this guy, Mitch, put general commercial in order for him to sell his land? In order to give, I believe, and I'm with you, sir, I think you need a buffer, but if you can hear it from Elk Country Estates, then, are you gonna take all his land and not let him develop it because you got a skeet shooting place there? I mean, where?
I wish I could address that for you.
Just
but-
picking on
but
you.
I just don't have the knowledge. Maybe one of my fellow members
Right.
might have that
Well,
information.
and I'm
for you.
not-
I would just say that, you know, you had that power station or that substation that's to the north of this property, and all the problems that arose out of that. I'm just not sure that it's a compatible use, you know?
Right. I'm trying to figure what would be a compatible use in order for him to be
I
fair to him.
wish I could say we need, you know, we need 2,000 feet of buffer, or we need 1,000 feet of buffer, or whatever it is around the whole.
Sounds
whole
like you need the
development.
whole area, because it goes all the way to Elk Country Estates, but
I can't address that, I'm sure.
What's your name, sir?
You know, on the right atmospheric conditions, maybe that is possible.
What's your name, sir?
Mark Polisky.
Mark, and I'm not opposed to a buffer, but I also am not opposed to taking someone's land and saying you can't build on it because we got a skeet shooting area over here. So
What
there's
about-
gotta be some
What about some kind of
solution.
vehicle by which, you know, it's a covenant restriction that owners are aware of this situation, and they can't, they have to hold us harmless in the future by, you know, for noise abatement or whatever.
Yeah, and I also believe there should be a buffer, obviously, because there's shooting going on. I mean, that's common sense, but I don't see him having a problem with that. I'm not the owner, but,
Well, our shot fall zone is all within our own property, you
right.
know.
I might just warn you folks commenting on this, that if anyone brings up the word decibel, I'm gonna,
I don't know anything about decibels, I just know the older I get, the harder it is to hear, so.
Well, you guys
Well,
were.
there's some other fellows that'd like to make.
But
some-
you guys were there before the development happened, so it's a little bit different than coming into something that, you know,
right.
you didn't know ahead of time was out there and then you live by it.
Right.
So I have a different philosophy once you were there first and people moved into that area. But I also believe there might need to be a buffer on there, but,
And we're sympathetic with people wanting to do what they want with their properties, you know,
Right.
but we're also concerned about our future.
so do we have to
Appreciate that.
continue this to talk to Mitch to
I think we
see
do.
Cassie?
That's my
or-
motion.
Is Mitch
That-
here?
Substitute motion.
Substitute motion to continue this, to give Planning and Zoning Department and the Trap Club a chance to talk to Mitch and see if they can't work Mr. Morris, and
I'll
see if they
second
can't
that.
work out some arrangement where maybe
Right.
it is put on the deeds. Yeah, there's some noise going on here.
Something for protection, for you guys and him as well.
if, is anyone here, in view of the motion, is there anyone here who has an urge to say something further on this issue, or come forward, please?
My name is Dave Stafford. I'm an architect here in town. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the Trap Club. And it occurred to me while I was sitting there and listening to you, Ms. Hadcock, talking about comment something like, preventing him from using the property. It has a zoning now that allows it a certain number of uses, and that zoning was put there for a reason, originally, I don't know when, but it's been that way a long time. And what we're talking about right now is an application to change the zoning.
Right. And
And our position is that the change is inappropriate, that it's probably general commercial in there now, is that?
general ag.
General ag. Well, that allows certain kinds of development, and those kinds of development are probably compatible. What isn't compatible is residence.
It allows residents. They can
Yes.
build a house right across the line from you.
Right, on the 40 acres.
One?
One per, yeah.
One per 40. Yeah,
So we should
if
limit him
change-
to general ag in that area on his property?
Could do that.
Our position is that the zoning change is inappropriate, and,
I appreciate that, sir.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Yes.
Some of us have to make a living. My name's Rich Grable. Thanks for hearing this. I just wanted to speak against the rezoning. And Mark and I didn't coordinate our comments, but back in the day, I was a member of the Isaac Walton League, and everybody used to go out there and shoot. And they actually started building houses around that, excuse me, which I thought was one of the craziest things I ever saw. But it got crazier because then the people that built houses there started complaining about the noise, and they ultimately shut that down. And the Isaac Walton League was there for a long time. The Trap Club has been there for as long as I can remember. They put hundreds of thousands of dollars into it. There's thousands of people that go through it, and they built it there to try and be out of the way of everything. And I think if you start building houses around it, eventually you're going to close it down. And just for the sake of the community, I think we need shooting ranges. And I'll echo again what Mark said. People go out to Beretta Range and just tear things up. So anyway, thank you for hearing me. I'm going to go back to work. So.
And I appreciate the comments. My bottom line is, if we can work out a solution with the landowner, that would be pretty awesome, because I'm not against what you're doing. I think it's it's a good cause. You're shooting, you're practicing, you're doing your sports. It's a positive.
Yeah, I think there needs to be some buffer or some stipulations where they can't go back and
So
close
that's
the
why
thing
we
down.
want to, we're not shutting you down. We just want to have some conversation between the neighbors and the landowners, see if we can find some solution.
Okay, I'm going to go make a living.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, one more.
Dave.
Thank you. I'm David Johnson. What is the decibel level of this mic?
Oh, about 2.5.
The point, I do a lot of shooting. There's a lot of people out here who really want to say something about preventing this rezoning. And that club out there does a lot of good for our youth and for our youth shooting and for safety. It would be a big, big problem if we have encroachment on that club. And that club has been there. I mean, I would assume that we've been grandfathered in, great-grandfathered in, and great-great-grandfathered in. I think what I want to point out is that I do a lot of shooting around the country, and one place where I like to shoot is in Minneapolis Gun Club. And they built that club 70 years ago, way out of the way of Minneapolis. And we can't shoot there anymore before 9 o'clock in the morning and any time after 3 p.m. if there's a shotgun that goes off at that time because of the encroachment. That club has essentially been shut down from training youth, from holding tournaments of any kind. This is a real problem if we allow residential into that area. Then you're going to have people looking all over the place for a place to shoot. And let's just keep in the back of our mind Beretta Road right now.
Mm-hmm.
And where else can we go? There is nowhere else that we can go.
So Dave, what would be the option on the zoning? You want to keep it general ag, or you want it to be what around there in order to make it appropriate for your gun club?
I think that the club is due the respect for the community service that they do to Rapid City and for the general area, Pennington County and western South Dakota, to keep it general ag.
That whole area around your gun club?
That's my opinion. And there's a lot of people here with a lot more information on that. We've got people from South Dakota Game Fish and Parks. We've got some international trap shooting champions that wore tie. I've never seen them wear a tie before in my life, but they're sitting back here.
Well, and there might be an option, maybe you could buy that area around it, that way you could keep that from being rezoned, because sometimes it's hard to tell people that own that property next to you that you can't do that because your gun club's here.
I understand that.
You know that, that's what we try to find that balance with, is how do we make that so we have property rights, but we also have people that were there beforehand. So that's why I'm saying, Dave, I don't know if general ag, you could just keep that with Rapid City coming as close as it is. You can see some of that zoned area that's already next to you. It's coming out to you. So there's gonna have to find some solution in that area so you can have your gun club, but we can also develop that area for the future. That's why I said, what do you see in that area around your gun club?
Well, there's people better informed to answer that question. You asked me what I felt. I feel like what we have out there, this isn't a case, Mr. Farabee, about not in my backyard. This isn't NIMBY. This is let me keep my backyard. We were there. We've been using it. We've been performing a valid function for our community for a very, very long time. And we just want to continue to be able to do that. And if we have encroachment, just like they did in Minneapolis, we're going to lose that. And the community.
Just the reverse NIMBY, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do, can I have one question of, Mrs. McGregor lives about the same distance from there as you do?
Yeah. We don't hear it.
I
where we
don't,
are.
well, I was going to ask you, is your decibel level, I mean, are you?
No, we don't
you
hear
got it
it where we
calibrated?
are.
Oh.
She tunes us out.
Okay, I don't want to deny anyone their opportunity to speak, but I think the motion suggests that there will be future dialogue on this if it passes. So,
Mr. Chair, this isn't really addressing the motion, but I didn't get the chance to ask this. Do you know if Mr. Morris has proceeded to do anything with the concerns that were laid out in our meeting several months ago?
I don't specifically know the answer to that. I know that he did call the office, I believe it was yesterday or Friday, asking if PJ had received a memo that he had sent. I have not seen that memo, so I don't know.
I've had this conversation with him that he needs to step up to the plate and do what he's supposed to do before we make an agreement.
And I had a conversation with him that he actually went to the city like you told him, and he had conversations with planning and zoning there.
That's
Nancy.
good, because he has not responded back to me. That's why I'm asking.
I apologize, but he did say that he listened to you and that he did go to P and Z from the city.
It'd be nice if we could have some follow-up on that.
Okay.
okay. Turn the chair over to you for item, or to,
Did we
well,
vote?
let's just go ahead and vote on this.
Let's vote. Okay.
All in favor of the motion to postpone, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Where are we at?
We're on J.
J. Thank you. J is the appeal of conditional use permit CU 15-39.
Correct. So this is an appeal of a conditional use permit that was continued from the March 15, 2016 Board of Commissioners meeting. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of conditional use permit 1539 with 13 conditions. Just to give you a little history on this conditional use permit. This conditional use permit is a request to allow a recreational vehicle to be used as temporary living quarters from May through September of each year in a suburban residential district. The applicant, excuse me, the applicant and owner of the property is Bellwether Limited Partnership. The agent is Janice and Roger Knutson. They are in the audience today. And as it currently sits, this property is vacant. So it is zoned suburban residential. Access to this property is off of George Frink Road, which George Frink Road is a 10 to 12 foot wide gravel road, one lane road, basically. This property is currently vacant of any structures, but it does have a leveled area for RV parking. There is also an on-site wastewater treatment system up there, which is a 1,500-gallon poly holding tank with an alarm. There are 2 septic hookups and 2 water hookups on this property. So to fully understand where this appeal comes from, I think it's important to do a review of the history of this property. The applicant and owner purchased this property in November of 2006. In 2009, they did receive an approved on-site wastewater treatment system construction permit to install the holding tank that is on the property today. The site plan submitted for that septic permit does indicate a proposed RV site. The site plan also indicates that the well providing water to the subject property is located on Lot 8 of Tract 12, which Lot 8 and 9 are both owned by the applicant as well. In 2009, the applicant did submit a conditional use permit to allow an RV on the subject property. That application was ultimately withdrawn by the applicant prior to being heard by the Planning Commission. Based on staff's research, it is believed that this application was withdrawn because an RV as temporary living quarters is not specifically listed as a conditional use in a suburban residential district, but staff has been unable to locate that original 2009 application or any documentation specific to its withdrawal, so we aren't for certain of that. In July of 2014, there was an ordinance violation case opened on this property citing an RV being used as temporary residence on the property without a conditional use permit. A violation letter was sent, and then on August 4th, 2014, that violation was closed with notes stating that Mr. Knutson had contacted the ordinance officer at the time and stated that the RV had been removed from the property and that a conditional use permit would be applied for in the future. Then in July of 2015, there was another ordinance violation case opened, again citing an RV being used as temporary residence on the property. Another violation letter was sent by the then ordinance enforcement officer. And then on August 5th of 2015, that case was closed with notes stating that the RV had been removed from the property. Then on September 2nd, 2015, staff received a complaint letter from a neighbor stating that the RV had been utilized on the property over the previous summer months, and another ordinance violation case was opened. On October 2nd of 2015, staff spoke with the state's attorney's office regarding the continued violations for the RV. At that time, staff was advised that the property owner must maintain or obtain a conditional use permit in order to continue using the RV. So then on October 5th, staff sent a violation letter to the property owner stating that a conditional use permit was required. Staff also did send a response letter to the complainant at that time, based on a September 22nd letter that we had received. So we did send a response letter to the complainant as well, advising them that the property owner needed a conditional use permit. On October 7th, 2015, staff spoke with the agent, Janice Knutson, who stated that she would submit a conditional use permit application by the end of January 2016. October 2015, staff received a copy of a letter addressed to the state's attorney from a neighboring property owner regarding the RV being utilized on the property, and the letter that they had received from staff dated October 5th. On October 16th, 2015, the state's attorney sent a letter to the neighboring property owner, identified on the October 14th letter. And then November 5th, staff sent a follow-up letter to the property owner, again reiterating that a conditional use permit application was needed and must be submitted by January 29th. On December 15th of last year, staff received 16 signed statements of opposition from neighboring property owners, along with a letter asking if a conditional use permit application had been submitted. December 18th is when we received the conditional use permit application from the property owner. At that time, the agent requested that the conditional use permit be heard at the February 22nd Planning Commission meeting, as the agents were to be out of town and they needed time to fulfill their notice requirements. January 27th, staff received another additional signed statement of opposition to the conditional use permit request from a neighboring property owner. February 11th of this year, staff oh, excuse me, February 15th of this year. Staff tried to perform a site visit. There was large tree branches placed across the driveway, but staff did observe that George Frank Road is a well-maintained gravel road. There is a locked electronic gate on George Frank Road before you enter the Mystic Valley subdivision that requires a code to get into. On February 16th, staff spoke with the agent, Janice Knutson. She stated that they're unsure if a permanent residence will be built on this property at this time. They do utilize the RV on the property. They're usually the only ones. However, they do allow friends or family to bring their RV to the property on occasion. The RVs will be used for 2 to 4 night stays from May through September. And she also stated that no more than 2 RVs have been utilized on the property at the same time. Also that same day, staff received an additional signed statement of opposition to the conditional use permit request and a memorandum in opposition to the Knutson application for conditional use permit from a neighboring property owner. All of those things, statements of opposition, memorandums are all in your staff report. And then February 17th, staff did another site visit and found that this property is located at the top of a hill with a steep embankment on the west side of the property. It drops directly off to the Mickelson Trail. The property appears to be clean and well maintained. A large area has been leveled for RV parking, which you can see in these pictures. This whole top of the property is leveled. There are 2 septic hookups, 2 water hookups, and an electric hookup on the property, as you can see in these pictures. And there is a small fire pit, charcoal grill, and picnic table on the property. This is looking down. As you can see, George Frank Road is right here, and the Mickelson Trail is right here. That same day, staff received a letter from the agent in response to the complaints and statements of opposition that staff had been receiving and stating their intentions for the property. So ultimately, this went to Planning Commission on February 22nd. Planning Commission did recommend approval with 13 conditions. A recreational vehicle as a temporary living quarters is not specifically listed as a conditional use permit in suburban residential. However, there is a statement in section 208C of the zoning ordinance that states the following uses are illustrative of those which the board may approve. Other uses may be allowed provided they are not to be found to be contrary to the intended uses of the district under consideration. So through consultation with the state's attorney's office, that is how this conditional use permit application came about. So the determination to allow the conditional use beyond those conditional uses that are explicitly listed in suburban residential is to be made by the Planning Commission and now the Board of Commissioners. There are covenants that have been filed with the Register of Deeds for this property. However, Pennington County does not enforce covenants in this situation, and the covenants would be enforced through the Homeowners Association. So we did receive the appeal for this, this conditional use permit. The appeal was received on February 26th. This was continued because the applicant was out of town and then staff representation was out of town. So that's why it's before you now, a month after it was recommended for approval. The applicant and the appellant are in the audience.
I'll make a motion to move approval.
Is there a second?
I think the appellant wants to speak.
Okay. I guess I was just looking for a motion for discussion and then move on, but that's, no, you're okay, sir. You're okay.
What about decibels?
Did we get a second?
Nope.
Motion died for lack of a second. So, comments. Come forward if you wish, sir.
Good afternoon or good morning, in the middle, right in between. My name is Mick Grossenberg, and this is my wife, Patsy Grossenberg, and we live at Mystic. We're originally from Winter, South Dakota. We've had a cabin at Mystic since 1972, and we've lived there full-time since the last 7 years. I've sent you a memorandum, and I'm assuming that There's no need to replow that ground here. It's close to lunchtime, and we want to get moving, and I'll try to keep this short. The first point I want to make, and I think it's a very important point, this case is not about us. If you read the Knutsen's letter, it sounds like it's personal. It's not personal. It's about property rights. And we are one, Patsy and myself, are one of 17 property owners who filed written objections to the request for a conditional use permit. There are 18 homes and cabins in our subdivision, an 85-acre subdivision. 15 of the people that objected own cabins. The other 2 own vacant lots. And there's just a few others that did not respond or told us personally they wanted to stay neutral and not get involved. Many of the property owners own more than one lot, so that could be a reason why someone could argue whether there's 30 people up there, then that's not true. Now, let's go right to the nub of this. And I think it's a legal issue, and I think that as a matter of law, if you look at the legal issue and you look at the law, there's no way the planning department can grant a conditional use permit in our suburban residential subdivision. Section 208 says the intent of the zoning law applicable to our subdivision is, quote, to establish a residential area and exclude uses which are not compatible with residential uses. So the question is an RV campground, a 2-unit RV campground, compatible with the residential use of our subdivision on a part-time basis? As an example of that, I'd like to have you think about Hart Ranch. And I understand that's a private development. They have an RV community, and they have a beautiful residential community with homes and cabins. And they do not commingle their RVs with the cabins and the homes for an obvious reason. It's not compatible. They're not compatible. An RV is not compatible with a home. Our covenants, and I know we're not asking the planning board to enforce those, but our covenants, which the Knutsens have ignored, say that the property shall be used for home and cabin use only. Now, I think what's going on here with the planning department and the state's attorney's office is the planning department says, the state's attorney says we can grant a conditional use permit under section 510. That's not what the letter the state's attorney wrote says. The letter that the state's attorney wrote to the planning commission simply says 510 says this. And it doesn't say that you can, in this circumstance, under these facts, you can grant a conditional use permit for an RV. So it's just kind of a circular thing, and it's an excuse for the planning commission to say, the state's attorney says we can do this. It's kind of a circular argument. And I think the best way to illustrate this is Abe Lincoln used to have an anecdote that he would argue to jurors, and I noticed, I read in the paper where Mr. Farabee graduated from the same law school as Abe Lincoln, which I think he meant he read the law. But instead of going to law school, which everybody did back in those days, I don't know how old Mr. Farabee is. But anyhow, the story that Abe Lincoln would use with the jury is simply this. You can argue that a dog has 5 legs, and you can call the tail of the dog a leg, and then make that argument. But by saying the tail of a dog is a leg doesn't make it a leg. And you can say that an RV, a campground for 2 units, is the same thing as a beautiful cabin. You can say that an RV campground is the same thing as a lovely home. And that's what we have in our valley. And this thing is a sore thumb that sticks out and it ruins everything. And when you come in on the George Frink Road, you look right up on the hill up there. And there it is. It's just like a big sore thumb. And it's absolutely ridiculous. It defies common sense. Now, I could make a lot of other arguments. They're in my memorandum. And I think the planning board did not give any respect to the objections of the 17 owners. The planning board did not give any respect to the covenants, that it should be homes and cabins only. And the two bookends of this situation are simply this. We went down to the planning board in the summer of 2014. The next day, the ordinance enforcement officer came up, and I was with him, and he looked at those photos of those hookups, and he said, "No way." And he wrote 2 cease and desist letters, which Knutson's ignored. And we finally went in 2015, and those 2 people that we talked to earlier were gone, and we have a new staff. And they come up, and they look at the property, and they essentially says, "No problem." Now, something's really fishy there. But I don't think we have to go into who knew whom or what happened, because I think as a matter of law, we don't have to get into personalities. We don't have to get into any of that. I would just simply say that the planning board doesn't rule. The law should rule. And this is an issue, well, without rule of law, then we're in a bad shape here in Pennington County. So the decision that benefited one landowner at the expense of 17 other and more landowners should be reversed. And my wife may have something. And thank you.
Thank you.
I really don't have much to say, except it's a beautiful area where we live. And we get along very well with our neighbors. And the intent of when the man and wife that owned that property, when they decided to break it into lots and sell it, their intention was for it to be homes and cabins and not to have, not to have campers in there. And the intent, that's the intent of the law and the intent of the people that developed it.
So can I ask you a question, Patsy and Mick? If they put a trailer up there, is that appropriate for that area? A regular trailer can't be up
By
there?
trailer, I think you mean mobile home. I'm going to say
Right.
that. And I addressed that in my memorandum.
Maybe you should.
Excuse me. I addressed that in my memorandum, and I cited some statutes. I think, yes, if it has a pitched roof, is 20 feet wide, and has certain skirtings, a lot of requirements. And my reading of your zoning laws would say yes.
So you would be
But
okay with
this
the trailer?
RV is nothing anywhere near that.
Okay.
And if a mobile home can't be put up there without meeting those requirements, certainly this RV cannot be put up there.
Thank you for asking me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
I wanted to make that point. Thanks for reminding me.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mick.
Before Mr. Grossenberg leaves, how would you rate Abe's school?
I'm sorry?
How would you rate Abe's school?
Great Abe School.
Oh, Daniel Webster and a lot of other people, including you, George, have come out of there.
Mr. Chairman, I just have, I frankly agree with you, and I'll probably vote that way, but I have to explain. The courts have said that whether the neighbors like something or not is pretty well immaterial.
I understand.
Maybe not the way it should be, but
Covenants.
that is the way the courts look at it.
And we had that earlier here today.
And number 2 is, we had a change in planning and zoning personnel. And most laws, and I think even Georgia might agree with that, are open to interpretation. And 2 people may have different interpretations of a single law. In fact, as the saying goes, one attorney in a small town starves to death, 2 of them both become rich.
That's right. But one thing, if I may add to that, We went in there just to find, in 2014, July, why was that sign taken down for a conditional use permit? And we were told they can't, the Knutsons were told we can't grant them one. And they said, do you want to sign a complaint? They invited us to start this.
Process.
And we've started this, and it's miserable. We're going to be so happy when this day's over, win or lose.
You've sat through the other argument, which is that we just had, which is basically the same thing.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Chair, for clarification, regular people have difference of opinion on what the law says, but if you get lawyers, you ask 10 lawyers and you get at least 11 answers. So, thank you.
You would know.
So, Mrs., there's the lady.
What was your motion?
Well,
Mine shut
there's the
down.
lady that's still.
Yeah, mine was shut down. Go ahead, ma'am. I like your scarf.
My name is Janice Knutson. I'm the agent for Bellwether Limited Properties. And Mr. Commissioner, members, please, thank you for hearing this situation. I'm not an attorney, so that may make a difference or maybe not, I don't know. Just to, this whole situation has been very nebulous from the beginning, starting with the RV site plan. It was obvious that's what it was, and everything was permitted. I have all the permits and copies with me. The first application for conditional use permit was not made in 2014, as Mr. Grossenberg just mentioned. It was made in 2009, and that was when, I believe his name was Dan Jennison. And we, I want to clarify here, because looking at all this as I make my notes, it looks like we really did ignore these things, but that is not the case. What happened is we went in and talked to Dan about this, and the application was withdrawn because there was no way to make an application for this sort of thing. And Mr. Dennison said to us, and this is a lot of the part that Mr. and Mrs. Grossenberg are not aware of, he said, well, as long as you're not living, or as long as your RV is there, it just unhook it when you leave and it'll be fine, and the county will sort of turn its head.
That's why
That's
Mr.
not-
Jennison is no longer here.
Yeah, okay. So that also happened with the July 14th letter, the August 4th letter, and the July 2015 letter. So we called immediately, I have records of those phone calls, and responded. We are law-abiding citizens, we pay our.
Mr. Chair, I'm not following you. Can I just stop here?
Sure.
You say that through July 2015, you were still getting that same story that the county was going to turn their, because that's
Cassie
really.
told us that we could leave our RV there as long as it was unhooked, and we did that. And this was on August 5th, so it was unhooked.
That is not at all indicated in the information we have.
If you read my letter at the very, very.
I'm just saying, you have a very opposite.
Exactly, I understand that.
Yeah.
You know, this is a he said, she said thing. All I can say is I'm not out to get something for not telling the truth. We were told that it was okay, that the county didn't have a problem with us leaving our RV there. Okay, now our
Written up then.
Pardon?
Why were you written up then?
I believe.
Got violation letters, right?
Yes, we got violation letters in 2014.
So how can you say the county was telling you it was all right when
All
you're
I can
getting
do is-
violation letters?
All I can do is tell you that we called and responded to those letters. And in what was said in those phone conversations, it was okay. It was, basically, we were told, in 2014 when this happened, I know this sounds odd, I understand.
Yeah.
In 2014 when this happened, we were not going to go up there anymore that year. I mean, we go up there like two to 4 nights a summer. So it sat quietly until 2015.
So what you tell me is that you just leave it up there?
No, we took the RV home. We don't leave it there.
And so when your complainant said 6/13 through 15, 6/14 and 15, 7/17 through 15, 7/18, that, you weren't up there all those dates, I take it.
So say those dates again, please.
Well, it's more than 2 times a summer, I'll say that.
I said 4 nights.
4 nights, it's more than 4
Is,
nights.
is it, okay, well, what is it? How many nights is it? I'm sorry.
I can't exactly figure it, but it's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
In 2015?
Yeah.
That's incorrect.
That is incorrect. That is absolutely incorrect.
Let me just let that one rest, unless you want to ask another question.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay, let me let that one rest for a minute. First of all, it's, there were 17 letters of objection written, okay? My owner's list says that I have with me, the latest, that we have 30 owners, okay? The letter that I have, the letter of objection is written that they're objecting to us, for us to have an RV campground. We are not having an RV campground. That is totally misrepresented. So we called those people and asked them what was going on, because in 2009, I have minutes from a meeting where we talked to the Owners Association about this and told them, agreed with them that we are only going to leave our RV up there 2 weeks at a time. We don't store it up there. It's not up there from September to May. Okay, so we were concerned then, and that was in 29 when we went through the owners' meeting with that. Everything seemed okay, appeared okay. In 2010, we asked the president about this again, and he said, don't worry, people are not concerned about this. I will table it if it comes up in discussion. And it never came up in discussion. Okay, so these letters, 17 people signed these letters, but when we called them, we had a lot of interesting comments, like, oh, you're not going to have a commercial campground up there? There were other comments I don't think are appropriate to share here, but there were 6 people that rescinded verbally. I don't have it in writing, but I would go under oath to say that. There were 2 people that said they didn't really care, but they didn't want to get involved. There was one person that was adamantly denied or was in agreement with this letter. So if you put that all together, you have 30 owners. I mean, it's hard to say that 17 people are against us. The other thing that I guess I want to make a point of is we didn't ignore the covenants. We had them looked over. There are not only is this whole county thing confusing, there are several sets of covenants for this property. Our association looked into these covenants, but they never looked into the covenants that we got. And not because they didn't want to, it's just very confusing that these covenants are all different. So it's not like we were ignoring the covenants. I think probably the most important thing here, though, is that it's my impression that the Grossenbergs do not like looking at our RV. Our RV is quite a ways up the hill. It's not like anybody drives by. We're at the end of the road and way up away from people. It could be the first thing you see when you drive into the development, but looking from that tree up, down, I think is probably about, I haven't been able to measure it because it's so steep, maybe a quarter to a half a mile with woods. I have to admit that since we have thinned some trees, it may be a little bit more obvious, but personally, the first thing I see when I drive into the development is our dumpster and a log splitting operation. So I'm not sure what an RV that it goes in and out of there a couple times a summer. I don't understand. The other thing I don't understand is why the other RVs in the development are not causing a problem. I haven't seen it this year, but I have seen Mr. and Mrs. Grossenberg's pickup truck camper parked in front of their home. I've seen it on the pickup. I've also seen it on sawhorses. Doesn't bother me, but I just can't understand why ours is such an eyesore. I have a picture of it if you need to see it. There have been other RVs in and out of the development. I don't know how long they stay. I haven't studied that because I don't stay up there that long. I'm only up there for a couple nights at a time. I don't know why they haven't been a problem. You all know about Lou White's place and probably are relieved that it's getting cleaned up, but that was a mess for a long time. There are lots of other RVs sitting in that area, so I guess I just can't see why ours is just the one that gets picked on, I guess, or whatever. The last thing, most importantly, is we were willing to compromise. Because, you know, I think it is important to be neighborly. And so that's why we said, okay, only 2 weeks at a time. And the only reason we wanted to do that was because if we were up there one weekend riding our bikes on the Mickelson Trail, we could go up the next without hauling it in and out. So we compromised to just keeping it up there only 2 weeks at a time. And never from September to May, stored in or not. And I'd also like to clarify something too, in compromise, that's in the minutes. I don't know if you have these, the first page of your memorandum has a mistake on it. And that probably should be clarified no matter what. Under number 2, it says, if an RV is stored in the property at any time when not in use, it must be connected from all utilities, et cetera, et cetera. And it may not be stored on the subject property. So those two are conflictual. And whatever happens here, that should be corrected so there's no gray area. Like we said, we are not going to store it on the property. We are willing to keep it up there only 2 weeks at a time. And our son and daughter hope to build a cabin there someday. It was made as a building lot. The only reason it was not built on, and I leave this to last because I don't want to make a big deal of it, but it's important. We did talk with the Grossenbergs about building a cabin up there. Unfortunately, we had a very untoward situation with a very, very, very sick son, which precluded us from building. We cannot commit to building and taking care of a cabin that far away. Would you have any questions?
How many hookups are there on that property?
2. I think it's also important to know how that lot is laid out. There is no way you could have a campground up there. There's a cliff right off the side of that, and it's not very wide.
What differentiates yours from a campground? How many hookups do you have to have?
Well, first of all, it's a gated community. So only people that have the code can come through the gate.
And you give the code to other people?
I could give the code to anybody I want, but I don't. I can give it to my family or my friends.
So
anybody can give the code.
But you don't use both hookups then yourself?
No. We've used them several times when we've had another friend come up or our kids come up with a camper. But never for anybody that we don't know. That's not the idea. Then you would be, why would you have a gate if you gave the code to people you don't know? Ingress, egress up there was an issue with the Grossenbergs. The garbage truck comes in way more than we do. There's road equipment, tree removal equipment, kids on four-wheelers who are in no way ready to meet an emergency vehicle. So I can't see that in 2 or 3 times a summer is going to make any difference.
Well, let's clarify, 2 or 3 times a summer. Then you told somebody you're 2 weeks at a time. What is it?
I did clarify that. The reason we wanted to keep it up, we can't stay up there 2 weeks at a time. We have things in Rapid City. We have work that we have to do. So it's weekends. So if you wanted to go up one weekend and maybe not drive in and out, you could just leave the RV unhooked there and then come up the next weekend.
And then you haul it home that weekend.
And then we would haul it home. Usually we take it home with us every weekend. The only reason we didn't say that is because just in case we wanted to come up the next weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Kurt Jensen. I'm an attorney. I represent Bellwether and the Knutsons. I was here at the Planning Commission. I want to make one brief point, but I think it's an important one. When this was before the Planning Commission before, I think we put to rest the idea that this was intended to be a campground or any type of commercial enterprises. It was limited for their personal use only. And what the Planning Commission did, and I'm picking up on what was said earlier on striking that balance, that's exactly what the Planning Commission was doing when they added 2 more stipulations beyond what staff had done.
they added 2 more stipulations, and those stipulations were no more than 2 weeks at a time, and that it not be stored on the property at any time. Because under existing zoning ordinances, Knutson's could store their mobile home. The thing they're objecting to could be there 12 months a year under existing zoning ordinances. They're only getting a commercial or a conditional use because they want to stay overnight there on occasion. That's the only reason. So what they did was, and what the Planning Commission, I think wisely did, said, if you give up your right to store, and we put that in as a condition for this conditional use permit, then we'll grant it. And so to my mind, what the Planning Commission did was listen to the issue between two parties and reach a common sense solution to a problem. And to my mind, that's how government's supposed to work. And I think it worked. They found a common sense solution. Knutsons aren't going to store their mobile home. They've given up that right to do, though, on the condition that they're able to stay overnight on occasion when they're riding the Mickelson Trail and want to do it on a Saturday and Sunday.
Well, sir, that number 13 was reviewed every 6 months. They were in agreement with that conditional use?
Yes, they were stood up at the hearing and said, would you accept the additional conditions? And they said they certainly would. Again, I think this is such a limited use that it's not inconsistent with the zoning in the area, with the limited use overnight for this period of time.
Any questions? Thank you.
One of the questions that the Planning Commission asked, one of the members asked Cassie, did you find any, she says, we need to be fair. And she said, did you find that there was another conditional use permit given in a suburban residential district? And the answer was, we looked for one, but we couldn't find it. So if you approve this conditional use permit, you're opening up the door. I know there, especially in Pennington County, there's lots and lots and lots of suburban residential districts that campers are going to be made, it's going to be permissible then, because if this is the first one, it's really opening up the door for the whole county in a suburban residential district.
That's right. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
They're asking permission, most people don't.
My name is Roger Knutson. I'm husband of Janice Knutson, and I really
Would you take one of the mics, please?
Yes. I really appreciate your attention. I know you've been sitting here a long time. And I just want to tell you a couple of things. One is that my wife and I are passionate bicycle riders. We're environmentalists. We bought that property because of its proximity to the Mickelson Trail. We did not buy it to take advantage of anyone, take advantage of the county. We have been, and we will continue to be good stewards of the environment. We use that property on a very, very limited basis. We were up there 2 nights last year and the year before. That's all we were up there. The reason we were up there so few times is that we have a son who's really, really ill right now. We don't, any time we can spare, we try to get away. We have to have a very elaborate safety net to take care of our son when we leave. But that's a place we really enjoy. We agree with Mick and Patsy. It's a beautiful area, and we intend to keep it that way. And I think you can see by the photos that we have kept it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to tell you that.
Mr. Chair.
Anyone else?
I just have one comment. And these are another one of those, there's 2 sides to every story, and the third one might be the absolute truth. But as you know, when you've dealt with me before in vacation homes, I want to keep suburban residential district what it's supposed to be. And that is homes and residences, not RVs.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a comment. What's funny is these guys are trying to comply with some rules, and the bottom line here is, I think if you look in the camping areas, the cabin areas, and I think we'd have to go through and have a lot of people not getting or needing conditional use permits. I see it in Rapid City all the time, let alone in the hills. How do we make that compliant for people? These are the first people I've seen come forward and actually want to be compliant on this. So, and maybe it's because the neighbors are noticing more, but my bottom line is go around Rapid City or go into the hills and see how many RVs are not in compliant. And these people are trying to meet those standards the best way they can. So I have to commend them for that.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I presume we all have this October 16th, 2015 letter signed by Deputy State's Attorney Kinsley Grote. And second sentence says that we, I don't know who we is, but we determined that the Knutsons may apply for a conditional use permit to use an RV and so on and so forth. I don't see Ms. Grote here. I presume Mr. Alderman's her boss. Can you speak to the letter, Jay?
I've not seen the letter, you just read it, so I don't know what you are asking.
Here you go.
But what are you asking, Commissioner?
Well, what is it? She said, we determined. Who was we?
I would have to ask Ms. Grote that.
Well, and I think we ought to postpone this until such time as we have a deputy state's attorney that started this. So I think we ought to have her before us.
If I understand what you just read, what she's suggesting is they can apply. Of course they can apply. And now the question before you is whether you grant it or not.
She said more than that.
I think the question before us is, the conditional use permit was issued, and there's been an appeal of whether it should have been issued or not. Isn't that what we're here for?
Yes.
That's correct.
I'm going to make a motion to uphold the appeal. In layman's terms, they don't get it.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to uphold the appeal. Any comments relative to the motion?
Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call vote.
Buskerud,
Yes.
Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
No.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
No. Motion failed.
No.
No, the motion passed.
You
3-2.
voted yes, didn't you?
Yes.
I voted yes.
I voted no.
Yeah.
3-2?
That means 3-2, it's
I'm
denied.
sorry.
The
Okay.
appeal's upheld.
Okay. Sorry.
In
Next
real
item.
layman's terms, the planning commission was overruled.
Correct. That's the real layman's terms, yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Not hard.
Item K.
What's your goal?
Okay, item K is the second appeal for today. This is an appeal of telecommunications facility permit TC 1601. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of this telecommunications permit with 11 conditions, and that motion carried 4-2. This item was appealed on March 21st by Mr. Mark Frederick. And just to give you a little background on this one, this is to allow a 106-foot stealth monopine pole and equipment shelter in a general commercial district. The applicant and agent is Verizon Wireless, Brian Cabot for Buell Consulting. He is in the audience today, as well as legal representation. As this property exists today, it is currently zoned general commercial. There is no structures on this property. Verizon is proposing a 106-foot stealth monopine to be built on a 21.94 acre parcel. This monopine would help fill a gap in cellular communication signals in this area. In 2008 and 2014, there was previous requests by Verizon to place a telecommunications monopine pole and equipment shelter in this area, specifically on a separate parcel across the private driveway to the east. So on this parcel over here, I believe, is where it was previously proposed. Both of those requests were denied. In 2015, Verizon proposed a 199-foot stealth monopine pole on this property. On July 13th, the Planning Commission voted on a motion to approve that permit. The motion failed due to a 2-2 tie vote. Verizon did appeal that Planning Commission decision on July 17th, but ultimately withdrew the appeal on August 12th of last year. Access to this property would be off an existing 19 to 20 foot wide gravel driveway, and then access to the monopine site would be from a 20-foot wide access and utilities right of way. There is an active conditional use permit on this property from 2004 to allow 10 30-foot by 150-foot storage buildings. These storage units had never been built. However, the conditional use permit has been continued since 2004. Every 2 years, it's scheduled for review again in August of this year. There are 2 other stealth monopine telecommunications towers in Pennington County. One of them was put up through a building permit issued in 2009. This was approved administratively as it met the requirements of the zoning ordinance at that time. It's a 104-foot stealth monopine, and it's located at 13100 Big Bend Road. That property is zoned suburban residential district. The other telecommunications facility was approved in 2010. It's a 105-foot stealth monopine pole. It was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission on September 13th, 2010. It is located at 8652 Sheridan Lake Road. That property is also zoned suburban residential district. PJ did want me to note that beginning in 2009, the new telecommunications facility ordinance, section 316 of the zoning ordinance, replaced the use of a conditional use permit as the initial approval instrument for telecommunications towers. With this came some new guidelines and requirements for telecommunications towers. Section 316F3 states that stealth telecommunications facilities up to 75 feet in height that are sufficiently disguised to minimize the visual impact shall be permitted in all zoning districts after administrative review and administrative approval. However, the applicant has indicated that this would be taller than that, thus administrative approval is not an option. The applicant has indicated that the 75-foot by 75-foot leased site would consist of one 106-foot monopine pole. The overall height would be 115 feet with the lightning rod. One approximately 8 by 4 concrete generator platform, one 15 by 4 concrete pad for a propane tank, one 10 by 14 equipment platform, a 6-foot chain link fence with 1 foot of 3-strand barbed wire around it, and ample space for parking. 324 square feet would be required, and there's over 1,000 square feet proposed for parking in their application. The applicant has also indicated that access will be off the private drive via an existing approach, and they will then build a 12-foot wide gravel access drive within a 20-foot wide access and utility easement. They also do plan on planting 6 additional coniferous trees to the north of the compound to help screen the facility from view. A couple important sections of the telecommunications ordinance to note are section 316G, which is the setback requirements. According to that section, a telecommunications tower is required to have setbacks of 1.1 times the tower height from all property lines. So for the proposed 115-foot tower, which would be the overall height, this monopine would be required to have at least 126-foot setback to all property lines. The proposed location of the monopine shows distances from lot lines to be not less than 380 feet, so they meet that setback requirement. The proposed design of this monopine tower does appear to satisfy all the applicable general design requirements of section 316H. And also, it does identify Section 316H does identify ideal locations for telecommunications facilities. It prioritizes them. Priority 1 would be on existing towers or other structures without increasing the height of that tower or structure. Priority 2 is on properties zoned, or if not zoned, characterized predominantly by industrial use. And priority 3 is on properties zoned general commercial. The applicant is proposing to put this tower on a general commercial property. In a letter from Mr. James Littlejohn of Moss and Barrett on February 10th, 2016, there were no other suitable sites that were found to be acceptable. I will, in 2015, during the public hearings for the 199-foot monopine that they had requested, the Planning Commission had asked them to address or approach the Forest Service to see if a site was available on Forest Service property. And on May 14th of last year, Rodney Brown, who is the Lands Recreation Forester for the Black Hills National Forest Mystic Ranger District, sent an email directly to PJ. And in that email, I'll just give a few excerpts. The Black Hills National Forest does have direction that all new proposals for cellular, telephone network towers, communication sites, etc. will need to be on private property and not located on National Forest System lands. Later in that same email, he says special use permits for a cell tower located on National Forest Service lands will not be authorized. Cell towers need to be entirely on private property. So ultimately, Forest Service property is not an option at this point. Section 316 of the Pennington County zoning ordinance identifies design requirements. The applicant appears to meet all of these design requirements with the following exception. 316H2C states when feasible, a facility shall be sited so that at least 80% of the height of the tower and accompanying structures is screened from view by vegetation. The applicant has chosen a location on the subject property where the monopine pole will be partially concealed by vegetation, approximately 58%, and nearly 100% of the accompanying structures will be screened. They have indicated that they plan to plant more trees after the monopine is constructed. On the subject property, however, it does not appear feasible for the applicant to attain the 80% concealment for tower height as required in the zoning ordinance. So that's just a little bit of background on this. In anticipation of some questions, the applicant also did do a market value analysis. That was also a concern with the application that they had presented in 2015. So they did do a market value analysis, and the applicants requested Jerry Holm, who is an APA and state certified general appraiser of real property appraisers, to perform an unbiased analysis of the impact on market value on properties near monopine cell tower sites. His conclusion, I believe, is included in your packet, but an excerpt from his conclusion is the proposed 106-foot monopine tower will have no impact on the value of the surrounding properties. And staff also asked the Pennington County Director of Equalization, Shannon Rittberger, to look at Mr. Holmes' report as well. And Mr. Rittberger stated, I reviewed the appraiser's report and prepared my own analysis and agree that there has been no negative impact on market value. That should also be included with your packets as well. So ultimately, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of telecommunications facility permit TC 1601 with 11 conditions, again appealed on March 21st.
Any questions for Cassie?
And I'm not sure if this is going to be for you or for Jay. I'm sorry, but we received this in our additional stuff. It's an April 12th letter from Moss and Barnett, and in the first, I guess I'm curious because they make a claim about who has asked for this appeal. Who did ask for the appeal?
The email that we received was Mark Frederick. He lives on Big Bend Road.
And he owns property where there is currently a tower located?
I think that the representatives from Verizon could confirm, but it is my understanding that he does own property where the Big Bend Tower is located.
Okay, because I was just curious about it. This is the first time I kind of got the information about the fact that this appeal was made by someone who also owned the tower. Okay,
That's my
thanks.
understanding.
That cleared it up for me. I appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions for Cassie? If not, anyone wishing to comment on this issue, step forward, identify yourself.
I think we're in the afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jay Littlejohn. That's my letter. I represent Verizon Wireless and have for 8 years. In fact, I see some familiar faces. Over the years, we've been before
Probably
you.
not so happy to see mine.
Well, you know, the fact of the matter is that we have been trying for years to improve cellular service along Highway 44. And the materials go into great detail. There's engineering reports that show the differences between what the service is now and you know, what it could be if the Planning Commission's approval were upheld. This is all designed to just improve coverage. And the best way to think about how this works is these cell sites are sort of like sprinklers in a yard or on a golf course. They need to overlap and they need to reach and they can't get past structures. So just like you can't take a sprinkler head on one fairway of a golf course and hope to get around the dog leg, the same is true with cell sites in the canyon here along this road. It's just not possible. Raising that existing tower that's on the appellant's property, and I have to tell you, I did not even have time to double check that fact. I got that from Mr. Cabot, who's in the audience with me today. But raising that tower, and we are on those other two monopines already. We're trying to provide the service to this area. Mr. Taberge rather, said it best, and he said, yes, you know what, I can make a call from my property, but only if I'm standing outside of my house and only if I'm facing the right direction. Yeah, there might be some service there, but certainly if someone is going to try to use their phone from inside their house, won't work. If you're trying to use your phone from inside your car, you'll drop the car. If, God forbid, you should have a car wreck or even car trouble somewhere on that road where there is no coverage, you'll get no Verizon Wireless signal. I know over time some people have mentioned, you know, maybe they should get AT&T instead. Well, the problem is that the FCC has determined, and I think the commissioners would all agree, that the whole idea behind competition is to force these companies to have better services at better prices. And for that reason, you know, we're trying to improve this service right in this area. And there isn't any evidence to the contrary. All of the RF engineering, all the reports we've shown you show that the coverage is established by building a site here. Yes, it would be better if this tower were 199 feet tall. When this client came to my office and said, you know, we just lost a vote on a 2-2, can you appeal it? I said, you know, I don't think we can appeal a 2-2 vote. I think we should look at what is the absolute minimum we can do to bring this down. And then we looked at changing the appeal to 160 feet, and that was in the record. It was going to not just appeal the sort of the non-decision, but to bring it down 40 feet. And we challenged the RF engineers, look, where is exactly the problem and what's the absolute minimum? And this is what we came up with. The result of that is that you have an easy comparison on the question of property values. You have two monopines that have been built. Homes have been bought and sold both before and after those monopines were built. No impact on property values. There's just no reason not to approve this site. It meets the setbacks, it meets the concealment requirement. Yes, you know, the trees that we plant will only screen that fence, that fence and that equipment at the base. But there will be a pole there. Now, it's not silhouetted against it's not the top of the ridge. It's down low so that when you're coming upon it, you'll see some of it above the skyline, and as you approach it, that pole will appear to disappear into the horizon. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the best service we can and still be sensitive to everyone's concerns about how these sites look. I mean, after all, you know, we're sitting here looking here now, and we're focused on it. This is what it's going to look like. It's a 106 feet tall, lightning rod up there, 115 feet. Yeah, you're going to focus on it. We're going to all think about it. We're studying it. Yes, it's there. Once it's built, you won't notice it. Just the same as you don't notice power lines once they're built, you don't notice water towers once they're built. Grain elevators that used to stand by themselves on the prairie, even after a while, that fades into the background, and you just don't notice them. I have a personal experience with that, and this is also in the letter. I live in Minneapolis, and there's a suburb there called North Oaks. In fact, when there's comments about the Minneapolis Shooting Club, I go there all the time. But in North Oaks, there were concerns about these towers being built, and they were going to be built next to undeveloped real estate. And the complaint was there wouldn't be any homes built, or that property values of the homes that were further away would even be affected. Well, the fact of the matter is, that didn't happen at all. There were a couple of homes that were built before the tower. Towers went up, 2 of them, in fact, side by side. And all around the site were built $1 million homes, all architecturally designed, beautiful homes. And that's because, you just don't notice them once they're built. They're just part of the skyline. One of the conditions that's on here is that Verizon Wireless allow public safety installations on this. The police, fire, ambulance, antennas, repeaters, that sort of thing. Doesn't matter whether it's a condition or not. My client has routinely allowed those installations. I've represented them and their predecessors since 1988. We have hundreds of sites with public safety installations that are also on here. We've been trying for 8 years to find a solution here. At one point, we were at the fire station property. That didn't work out because there were restrictive covenants, something you all know about. We tried to go on adjacent property because it was closer to our target service area. That was denied. We respected the decision, went back to the drawing board. Came back, tried taller. That was denied again. Moved over. Now we're back. We think this is the best solution that we can do to provide service to this area of the county and to do so with a sensitivity toward your concerns as to how it looks. That's all I have. If there are questions, though, please, I'm available to answer them, and so is Mr. Cabot.
Chair, I do have some
Yes.
questions. I've always got questions. So I want to pick up from the statement in your letter. Why would the owner of another tower site appeal this?
You'd have to ask him that. I have no idea.
And I'm here, and I'm happy to speak to that.
Oh, okay, great. Because I'm curious about that. Do you have any intention of shutting down the other site?
No. That site is crucial. In fact, all of the maps that we have show how the sites interrelate. The site, one site called Rimrock, that's the one that the appellant apparently owns, and the site called, we refer to as Sheridan Lake Road. Those will be interlinked with this site once it's built. I don't know that site so well, but I suspect that building that site to 200 feet would be hotly opposed. I also suspect that it wouldn't meet setback and we would need a variance, and I'm not sure that a variance is available.
Okay.
Also, that pole is owned by AT&T, and I don't know that AT&T would allow that installation to be increased by that height either, because doing so would require that the site be removed and rebuilt, because you can't just throw extra steel on top of what's there. You'd have to drop it and take that service off the air, or put a temporary facility up while that construction is going on. So there are a lot of what-ifs. The one thing that occurs to me that's the most obvious, though, is that the Planning Commission, and I believe this commission also, has denied a tower that's approaching 194 feet. I can't, in a agricultural area, I can't imagine why that would be better than this location in a general commercial zone. Because after all, although the site is vacant, it is zoned general commercial.
We denied it or we approved it?
No, the earlier application on adjacent property was in general ag. The Planning Commission approved
okay.
this,
I'm sorry.
and we are respectfully requesting that you uphold that approval by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do you, our clients, have any data showing the number of requests for service? Or enhanced service, I guess I should say?
I don't know whether they do. I suspect that they do. I know they have trouble reports, and I know that they have coverage analysis that's before you, so they know where the trouble spots are. I can also tell you I drove down the road and dropped a call.
Well, I'd like to see that data from requesting of service, you know, it's, in other words, it's the old thing, you build a road and somebody will use it, that kind of thing, and
Right. No, well, I can assure you that unless there were, that there's a definite need for it, they wouldn't be persisting in their request to build in this general area. But, you know, it's been, we've looked north and south of the road, east and west, up and down the road. You know, the possible locations that meet all your provisions, as this one does, are very limited.
I just want to make sure this is just not a competition. If, you know, I'm all for competition, but there comes a point in time where, you know, the society has to have a role as well. And if it's merely competition, then I can't vote for it. If it's fulfilling a service, that's a different matter.
Well, it's true. As I said, if you're in the wrong spot, you can't make a call. That's undeniable. The data that we did provide shows the coverage differences, and wherever there's white or light blue, you couldn't make a call from inside a car, much less inside your home. Because these devices are such low power that the further away you get from the antennas, the less likely you are to be able to hold that call.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You know, along those lines, and this has been a concern of mine, is that there is no way you can get great coverage throughout the Black Hills because of our topography. And you mentioned earlier, well, what if there's an accident? I remember hearing from you guys when you put the tower up on Pactola. Well, if there's a boat accident, you've got to be able to call. And just that summer, after you got it done, there was a boat accident, and the people involved in it had no cell coverage. So I'm just not sure these sorts of things can, I'd like to know exactly what George is saying, because this site has come over and over and over and over again, and I'm still not convinced you're going to really get a lot of coverage out there.
I don't know what to say. There's no contrary evidence. All of the evidence in front of you points to the improved coverage. It's done by a qualified radio frequency engineer. I don't know what else I can say to persuade you other than
the coverage area is really not that big. And I'm saying, so you're going to get this one, then you're going to go to another little box and another little box. You will never be able to provide that kind of coverage to all of the area. It just doesn't work.
If I, Mr. Chair, if I might, let me put it in a different vein. Do you have any data showing customer complaints about service? And let me get personal. Of course, I don't have a cell phone. It don't work where I live, but I had horrible landline problems, and finally we had to go to the PUC to complain to get regular landline telephone service. So you have anything close to that for people living in that area not getting cell service?
we certainly maintain those kinds of records.
But we need to see the data. You're saying it doesn't make it so, in other words. I need to see it. So, thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else who wishes to comment?
Yes, I'd like, Tom, are you guys going to comment first? I'll let you guys comment first.
I'm Heidi Crawford, and that's my house that's right next to.
Ma'am, you'll have to get to one of those mics.
Okay, use this one. She's going to pull up Verizon's data coverage, so you can see if you're a customer and you're trying to figure out what your service is going to be like in an area. You can actually pull up the map, and you'll see pretty much perfect coverage through there. The other thing that just recently popped up on my phone is I can go to settings, and we all, and all the neighbors who are here and who come every single time this has been denied, every single time this has come before the board, all of us will tell you, I don't even use my landline. It's hooked up to my fax machine. I never use it. I only use my cell phone inside my house, and I've run a business from my house for since I lived there 6 years. So we do have pretty good cell coverage. I go to church at Rimrock Church, which is up further West Highway 44. You might drop the call. We've talked on the phone before. that entire highway. It might drop one time. It's very good service up there. And if we type in West Highway 44, then you can actually zoom in. And we can actually see from Verizon's own map what they claim their service coverage to be there. It's very, very good. But the other thing that happened on my phone this last week is under settings and phone, I have an iPhone, it now says Wi-Fi calling on. You can boost your signal with your Wi-Fi. So now I get an even stronger signal inside my house or outside my house if I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So there's always new technology that's coming out that's letting these existing towers become even more powerful. There is a tower that's just a couple miles up the road, and I'm wondering, that must be the Big Ben one, that's not owned by Verizon. I think this is a game of, they want their own towers. They don't want to pay other telecommunication companies, they're their competitors. But for them to say, oh, we can just put towers in wherever we want because we say so, because we just want them, that is like a little kid asking for chocolate cake for breakfast. They want it, they don't need it. And it absolutely has a negative effect on property values. We bought that land because of the view. We didn't buy it for the house. The house is not that nice. We've done a lot to fix it up, but we paid for that view. And to have a huge tower, our house is 25 feet tall. The average pine trees are 30 feet tall. This would be 115 feet tall with the antenna on it. There's no way to disguise it. The Big Ben one is done very well because it's set up on the hill, and so you almost have to look through your window and bend down to even see it up there, and then it blends in pretty well. It's set back from the road. There is good tree coverage. This one is right out on the open plain, right next to the road. There is not enough tree coverage there to cover the boxes and that ugly fence, much less 80% tree coverage or 80% coverage like it says needs to happen in order for this tower to go in. And as soon as this was approved, my husband and I started looking for property to build a house because I don't want to live right next to a cell phone tower. And ironically, the piece of property that we thought, okay, that looks like a really great one, is at the bottom of West Highway 44. It's several acres. It's up on a ridge. It's got beautiful views. You can see the flag tower from it. That cell phone tower that's right across from Canyon Lake. I said, forget it, we're not buying this property. So you can't tell me that does not affect property values. It absolutely would. And it's a slap in the face as a homeowner for Verizon to say, we don't really need this, but we want it. Okay, so this is the coverage map all around West Highway 44. And we can zoom in, we can zoom out. Perfect coverage.
Is the dark red the coverage or the light red?
There's,
Tell me how that works.
There's 3G and 4G. And I'm not a cell phone expert, but 3G, you have service.
Okay, you have the dot. Sorry, I couldn't see that far.
Yep, and 4G means that you're gonna have faster data, if you're on Facebook, if you're, browsing the internet, that sort of thing, you're gonna have faster coverage. I think the only other thing I want to say is the way that the Black Hills is being developed, I think is absolutely beautiful. I'm very proud to live here. I'm proud to have people come and visit us. And these cell phone towers, they're starting to be everywhere. And I think we need to be very mindful. This is a scenic highway. Very mindful of how we want to continue to develop, especially our scenic highways. But we don't want it to start to be the kind of community where you say, geez, I hope I don't break down here.
Can you see the Seth Bullock Tower? The one from the Forest Service?
The Sheridan Lake Road one?
It says the cell tower projects is approximately half-mile from the National Forest land. Seth Bullock Tower is approximately 9 miles to the west of the proposed cell tower location. Anybody know where that's at? A long ways away?
We can
Okay.
see the Sheridan Lake Road Tower standing above the rest of the trees from where we're at.
Really pretty. But not the emergency management one.
No, that one's over by Pactola.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further?
Mr. Chair, did you pick up on that Wi-Fi stuff?
Very briefly, my name's Craig Hyde. I just landed here almost 2 years ago. I don't live anywhere near here, but I've retired to the beloved Back Hills and loving it here. We're up out by Pink Cabin Road and Old Hill City Road. And I do want to make one comment. I heard 3 or 4 times from the representative from the cell company that you never see it. You never see it. You never see it. Let me just tell you a quick story here. There was an action earlier today about vacating a section line. And this was a property that borders my lot. And the owner, the developer next door had paid to bury power lines through there. And I understood that first, that he has spent over $110,000 just to bury those power lines, knowing full well that he could never sell that lot or the property with those power lines on there. He knew that affected the value. I met the new owners just the other day that bought a house there, and the reason I'm here is that I need a vacation. I'll be back in a month or so after I get 300 signatures or so to vacate a section line. But right in this area, the new owner said, we would have never bought this house with those power lines there. Ironically, one of these section lines on one of the lots that you just looked at today, I had walked that lot. I thought about buying it. The thing I didn't like is that when this developer buried those power lines, it kind of started in the middle of this lot, not on the edge. And that was enough to kill it for me. Now, I'm conflicted here too, to a degree. I like power, I like communications, I love the Black Hills. But I just want to correct one thing. I do see these things. And my brother lives out near Sheridan Lake Road, and we do see that thing. And my first comment was, what the heck is that thing? It was this hidden cell tower. And I'll see you back when I get 300 signatures in a month or so.
Tom?
Good afternoon. My name's David Bradsky, and I have about 40 acres right to the north of where this is going. And in response to the Verizon representative, the best solution for this is not build it. I don't know if it's been 4 times, 5 times, whatever the case may be that this has been denied. And here we are again. You need a need for something. We don't need this tower there. We don't need it, period, because we have cell phone coverage. And with the internet coming in now through CenturyLink into our houses, all wireless, you're hooked up to that. Yeah, it's pretty soon you won't even have cell phone towers. They're going to start going through satellites. I hope his appraiser is right and is willing to stand by his statement that it won't affect property values. I tend to disagree with that. I bought all the land around me so that I didn't have to worry about development, and I didn't have to worry about looking at eyesores and that kind of thing. And for me to come out on my porch in the morning and have my coffee and look at this monopole pine tree, I'm not too happy about it.
Okay, thanks. I want to hear from her.
Hi, I'm Chris Frederick, and my husband and I were the ones that wrote the letter opposing this. Originally, the reason that we wrote it is because we do have a concern, the same as all of those that have spoke before us, as to how much we are going to gain by putting this height of a pole in this location. I'm a Verizon customer, switched to them last year, have had AT&T for probably 8 years before that and live in the exact same spot. I will concur that 98% of the time I have fine coverage traveling that road. And I live at the 13100 Big Bend property. I think that the letter, some of the documents that they provided, they showed what will be the enhanced coverage of putting a tower in this location at this height. And I do not see a lot of additional coverage. I see some areas will get better, but I don't see that we're gonna solve the problem. And the crux of my issue is that I agree that and they say it in their letter, that why we've determined that the shorter design will suffice for the time being. What are we going to be doing? Are we coming back in a year looking to increase that tower to where they have been wanting to go and have been denied and denied? That is my concern, is that this is just, let's get in the door and then let's go ahead and raise the height of this tower. I mean, because their graphic, I believe, does not show a great increase in coverage. And so we're going to get in with a tower that does not meet their needs. So then they're going to try again to then raise it, which they have been denied, like they said, for 7 years. I also point to that there was the time, it says in their information that I believe it was 2010 to 2013, they tried to negotiate with Dr. Eric Swanson, and it went nowhere because he was mindful that if you are going to be putting this on my property and you are going to be affecting my neighbors, I want to be compensated. I want to know that I am doing something that is probably not the best thing for this situation, and they didn't want to pay that. They did not want to pay what he offered them, is what we have heard and is stated in the letter. And so I don't feel that the community is going to benefit as much as is going to be detracted from having this pole put into that position. Also, on page 12 of the agenda item, in the City Community Planning and Development Services, it states that the proposed placement of a telecommunication tower at this location is in conflict with the city's future land use plan. And so with those things in mind, I just don't know that we are serving the county and the community that uses that area wisely, as well as the first person said that this is a very highly traveled area for residents and tourists to have this in that location, very visible for not gaining very much at all.
Mr. Chair, I move to reverse the Planning Commission's decision.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
To be clear, even the people that begrudgingly admit that there is no service in some places, if this commission decides to reverse the planning commission, the result will be a denial of service in this part of Pennington County. The reason that's important is because denying service in any part of the county is not allowed under the Telecommunications Act. More importantly, though, there was a question raised about game playing and competitors' sites and all that sort of thing. We're already leasing space from AT&T Wireless in those other two towers. All across the country, there are master agreements that I work on. I've worked on, I don't know, hundreds over the years, where AT&T is either a tenant or a landlord of Verizon Wireless. It is absolutely preposterous to assume that these companies are trying to exclude each other. They can't do so. In fact, your own zoning ordinance says if you build a tower, you have to let other people co-locate on it. We are co-locating on there. We're co-locating on the other site. We would have to allow co-location of at least 2 other providers on this site under your own zoning ordinance. All we're asking you to do is to follow your zoning ordinance. In a general commercial area like this, we meet all of the requirements. Denying service would create a hardship on us that we just can't bear. And I respectfully request that you do uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the site. They know that the service is needed, and they also recognize that denying the service would amount to a violation of federal law. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, so the city has this as forest conservation and we have it as commercial? There you go. And we always talk about city's future land use. There you go. You're gonna follow city or county this time. It also identifies as an arterial use, which conflicts with their zoning ordinances, because on arterial, you put general commercial, then you put medium density and low density. So I'll keep saying this on the proposed comprehensive plan. It's political and land right driven. So that being said, we pick and choose on this commission like we do on any of the other commission, what we decide should be on somebody's land. Unfortunately, trying to do a comprehensive plan and do it by all the rules is, I believe, never going to happen. That being said, bottom line is going to take us to court, and by law, we can vote the people's way on this, and it can come back by ordinance and by law that we have to grant this. Am I correct, Jay? If you could tell me the legal stance on this.
We have, ma'am, you wish to make a comment? Come forward and introduce yourself.
My name is Elise Radigan. My husband wanted to speak, but he had to go to work. There's several points that I wanted to make. In terms of Joe Theberge not having service at his home, we have great service. I can't get service inside my metal barn, so if he's inside his house, there may be something having to do with the construction of that. It's not the lack of service. I think it's interesting that Verizon wants to improve the coverage on a scenic highway, people driving through there for the first time. Yes, they are going to see that tower and they're going to notice it, but they shouldn't be talking on their phones while they're driving anyway. So I don't think that's a valid argument. Looking at this map, Verizon is telling the general public and potential customers that they have coverage. They're telling you that they don't. Who are they telling the truth to?
That's my point. That's what I'm saying.
There's also trash on this property that the last time this cell tower was denied, it said that the county said that trash needs to be removed. It's still there. So we have lots of concerns. I really do think this is going to affect all our property. We have service. I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
So can I have the Verizon chair, Verizon man, what's your name, sir, again?
Hey, Little John.
Little John.
Verizon man, I don't know that I want.
Okay, sir. So you've tried on this property before, why were you denied? And you keep saying by zoning laws and rules and regs that you can move forward with this.
Yes, well, on the first of all, there's two adjacent properties. One is zoned general ag, or I think it's general ag, and one is zoned general commercial.
Okay.
When we tried before, we asked for a 199-foot pole.
Okay.
And that was a 2-2 vote in the Planning Commission. And we chose not to appeal that. We were going to appeal it at 160, probably still met the setbacks, recognize that this is, well, you are asked to uphold the law, that this is in large measure a political forum, tried to take that into account in reducing that height down. You know, if we wanted to do everything, we'd go to 160 feet. Our hope is that we can do something for the area, even if we can't accomplish everything with the one installation.
But
So
sir, you also said you were leasing some tower space on the other towers. Can you not build on what they already have there instead of adding to this area with more towers? Is there not a way to find that solution?
We've tried that. It would involve raising the height of those towers. Well, in fact, even at raising the height of the towers, the report that's there shows that even raising that tower height of the site to 195 feet, which would be the tallest it could be without putting lights on it, 199 feet, possibly without putting lights on it, still won't do it because these signals do not transmit through the earth. And there is a bend in the road and a bend in the topography there, like a canyon draw, and you just can't get there from there. So the topography is stopping the signal from getting to this section of the road.
But the people up there that live up there are saying the opposite of what you're saying. So I'm trying to figure out, it must not be that big a deal on that tower to have that service where you're saying, because they're getting the service they need.
Everyone here has admitted that there's been a coverage issue on that road, even if it's 2%. And it's also agreed that you can't use the.
2%.
And also it's agreed that you cannot use those phones inside your home. Remember, across the country now, over half of us use wireless phones only, no wired phone.
But Little John, she just showed us.
Excuse me?
She just showed us the coverage and that they disagreed.
I recognize that the map says that, and that's if you're outside. You can't use your phone inside your house. There's just no question, and people do. I mean, my own parents don't even have a wireline phone anymore. They have a cell phone only. Each of them have their own cell phone, but they don't have a wired phone anymore. And if this site is not built, that's not going to be possible along here, just as it isn't today.
So
There are locations along that road too where calls drop. I've done it. Mr. Cabot has done it, certainly. Other people have been in the room, said, coverage is good most of the time. Well, that's
You're
not
saying you
reliable.
had, sir, you said you're doing this based on complaints.
We're doing it based upon, yes, I believe that there are complaints, but I don't have the information in front of me. We don't just go out and build sites for no good reason. There has to be a reason, a coverage reason to go there, or they wouldn't,
But isn't
there's no
it-
reason to construct it. Would you wouldn't build a McDonald's where there's no demand. You wouldn't build a cell site where there's no demand.
Little John, you just conflicted what you just said.
Why is that?
Because you said it wasn't based on complaints, you just believe it needs to be done and you don't have that information.
I don't have the information as to complaints. I believe that there must be complaint data. I know that they keep complaint data. I don't have it in front of me. I can't testify to that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second.
I'm going to call the question. We've argued
Okay.
long enough.
This young
Would like
lady,
to call the question.
this young lady might want 30 seconds, because she's been sitting here all morning and.
Michelle Swanson, Eric Swanson wasn't able to be here today because of patients. We live just to the west of the property where the tower would go. I have two college kids. One's 23, one's 20. School of Mines, they mostly lived at home because they're both going to go to medical school and wanted to save their money. Everything online for colleges now. It's not how it was when we went. They do everything, tests, quizzes, you can do it wherever. Neither of our kids ever had any trouble doing their homework, internet at home. Their internet was their cell phone as a hotspot to their computer. Both of them are 4.0 students. So obviously they never had any problem with their homework using the internet through their cell phones to their computers. They did great with it. Also, he talks about emergency management. A couple of months ago, a couple kids fell off Falling Rock, which is the cliff just right there. They weren't at the climbing walls or the lookout where first responders went. They were somewhere else. They were able to find those kiddos based on the reporting party's telephone, triangulating it. So service was good enough for someone to call in and say, my friends have fallen, and they were able to find those kids based on that little cell phone. I've also stood inside my house on my cell phone. If there's a fire on the cliff or something going on the cliff that we've had to call emergency services for, middle of the night, I can see the flashlights of the emergency responders, and I can see the fire, and I can, on my cell phone, telling them where to go, to the east, to the west, north, however, you're too high, you're too low. We're able to do that. We have no problem. I know Eric was talking to members of the committee last night on the phone in the house. Yesterday, I got a call. I was a passenger in a car. I got a call at Bacon Park. It was my mother's oncologist. I talked to him all the way up Highway 44 to 385 to our friend's home where we were going, right across from Sugar Shack. I didn't drop a call. I didn't lose a call. We've reported mountain lions hit on the highway, deer hit on the highway, car accidents. We've never had a problem getting service there. So when he says that there's a need for it, the need is for Verizon to make more money. Verizon makes a ton of money. So in this spot, there are other places along Highway 44 that they could build this tower. This is the easiest and the cheapest because it's right off the highway. Verizon wants to spend as little money as they can to get this tower to make money off us, but it's at the cost of these property owners and taxpayers. We're going to end up paying for it. It's at our cost. So I don't know why Pennington County is concerned about the financial well-being of Verizon when we, our families, property owners, working our tails off to be able to pay our property taxes.
Thank you,
Should
ma'am.
Verizon benefit off that, or should Pennington County residents
And
benefit?
Mr. Chair, I think that Mrs. Agru would probably close out the discussion. Oh. No?
She's going, no.
Hey, would you repeat the motion, please?
Moved by Farabee, seconded by Troutman to reverse the Planning Commission's approval of the telecommunications permit.
Approve their decision, to reverse their decision.
To reverse their decision.
Period.
Yes.
Okay. Cassie, do you have anything you want? Okay, we have a motion and a second and a call for the question. So we'll vote on the question first. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. And we'll do a roll call vote on the motion itself.
Buskerud?
Yes.
Farabee?
Yes.
Adcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes, motion carried.
Mrs. Swanson, you can tell Eric that your two kids must take after you, not him.
Okay,
Where are we at? Temporary ordinances.
the next item on the agenda is quite appropriate, I think.
We come here licking our wounds.
It's all good. It's a recommendation. Thank you
Good
for serving.
afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Karen Hall. I'm currently Chair of the Planning Commission, Pennington County Planning Commission. My colleague Sig Svenix is also here. He's the first Vice Chair. And we sent you a memo a couple of weeks ago asking for information from you about your philosophy of development.
Commissioner Farabee, would you return, please?
I just want to say that we as planning commissioners we're citizens. We're not professional planners. And we've seen a lot of unusual issues over the years. Sig and I have been on the Planning Commission for several years. In fact, I'm term limited. I'm done in June, so I'm going to really tell it like it is here. As planning commissioners, we really feel like we would do a much better job for the citizens of Pennington County if we had better direction. Both from the documents, the rules, regulations, ordinances, and also our comprehensive plan, which we honestly feel, telling it like it is both outdated and incomplete, unsatisfactory. And also from you as commissioners. And this is not a criticism of you as individuals or as a board, it's just the way the process works. And that is that we hear something at our meetings, at our planning commission meetings, we rule, and as a matter of course, many of those things come to you. Some are appealed, like has happened today. And we get all of the guidance from you that we get after the fact. Because all we ever hear is whether you have overruled us or sustained, the ruling that we've made. And unless we're here sitting in your meeting room or go back and look at the video, we never know why you have overruled us or sustained us. So we would really like to have more guidance from you. We try really hard to stay within the ordinances and within the dictates of the land use map that goes with our woefully outdated comprehensive plan. But honestly, we grant an enormous number of variances. And you sustain some of them and you overrule others.
Also, there's the issue of the 3-mile border around the city of Rapid City, where the city of Rapid City has planning jurisdiction and we have zoning jurisdiction here in the county. There are lots of thorny issues there that we referred to in our memorandum to you, and we'd really appreciate some guidance there. If all of you, besides Commissioner Hadcock, would like to vote to revise the comprehensive plan, we are all for that. We've been for that for a very long time. But that's kind of a long-term solution to, the issues that we find in the conflicts that arise before us and before you and between us. In the short term, we just really want to know from you what your philosophy of development is, please, so that we can apply it. And maybe if that happens, if we can get in sync with each other, we won't be licking our wounds and you guys won't have to hear so many appeals. Sig, do you have anything to add, Sig?
I guess I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I think in some ways it's timely and to hear all the things reverse that we were involved in. But I agree with Karen, what a lot of Karen's is saying, and a lot of times, we would like guidance. I mean, there are some extremes. My in-laws lived in Boulder County, a reality-free zone, but they were on ag land. And it was ag reserve. It could not be developed. There was a big push by a developer to come in. Is that what we want? Like we're talking about the property today. Maybe remaining ag is the property for proper use. It kind of depends on philosophy. Do you want to let development, do you want a clustered development to the municipality, or do you want to let it spread throughout the hills? Or do you want to keep the hills pristine? I guess that's the kind of guidance we would like, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and sometimes I get confused by your responses, and I know that you're very heavily. I mean, you have to be political because you're political people. You were elected to this office, but I hear from Commissioner Hadcock that property rights are the most important thing, and that people should be able to do what they want with their property. But then, like you look at the Rapid City Trap Club, and if Mitch gets to do what he wants with his property, you may threaten the very existence of that institution that's been there for 40 years. And so I think, okay, they voted to rezone that property, so property rights are important, and the property owner should have a say. And then I hear the Kroll decision, which went against the property owners. And, it's just, we're confused.
Well,
would like some direction.
One of the things that you might recognize is that you are functioning within ordinances and plans, and we're politicians.
Bingo.
And if I can say something, the other side of it is, I think you're right. I think we need to do something with the comprehensive plan. I thought we were at one time moving that way, but maybe not. At least make it more compatible with Rapid Cities. There's no sense in arguing that point. But, I think you need a philosophy, and maybe why we turn some variances down, grant some, there's political reasons. But there's also, I don't want you to say, now, how would they have voted on this? We better vote that way. We want, you're there to give us a different side of some of this stuff, too.
Amen.
And so if you're going to just agree with everything we do, there's no sense having you.
Right.
Well, that's true.
So we want, we're not always going to agree with you, but we do want that input that may be different than ours.
And our philosophy today might be someone else's philosophy tomorrow, depending on who's sitting up here. So it's hard to pinpoint a philosophy that is going to go through the next people that are up here, because like I said, today, this philosophy is this 5, and the next philosophy is going to be different. So being on the planning commission, you can kind of go with the rules and regs that you have, and if that goes to the next body and is overturned, you did your job. You looked at what you were supposed to. I guess that's my philosophy, is do what you know best on what you do at your level, and then when it comes up to the next, unfortunately, everybody up here is gonna have a different philosophy. So, and then it's gonna switch again. So unfortunately, you're not gonna get a basic philosophy that everybody has. I like property rights, like you said, but I also, I like ordinances and laws and all that stuff, and I try to follow that as well. But the interpretation sometimes of the law, I will pick apart a bit in order to protect people and their property rights as well. So you'll see some of that go back and forth on most people up here, depending on what the issue is. Your job is, I'll keep saying it, your job is to do what you've done best, and then it comes to us if it's appealed, if they don't feel like your decision is the best position for our county.
So keep doing what we're doing.
And Mr. Chair, I would like to address the Kroll thing. I mean, we asked DENR to come. We had a very different kind of testimony than what you were able to have. And I guess sometimes I have thought that maybe there should be a little more of that, because sometimes you kind of just take what's right there and you put it in the box and you make a decision. And I've wondered, have you felt like maybe you couldn't bring DENR in? Maybe you can't bring in when you have questions? Because I've, kind of noticed that. Is that something you're feeling that we haven't given you ability to do, or?
I think perhaps, but I mean, like, well, in that particular case, I think we were relying by some guidance, whether you think that's right or wrong, but the county attorneys,
Yeah.
and like, there's some things that in my gut, I'm going, I totally disagree with that, but I don't know how our ordinances or comp plan allows us to do that. And I guess, the changing of the board, changing of the commission, like Karen said, she's term limited out a couple months. I'm a year from being term limited out.
Right.
And that's why I think the need for a comprehensive plan too, and it's gotta be a living document, but I mean, it at least keeps a little more consistency, because you can't change it that often.
Right, but you've seen from the planning department, depending on who was head of that and who is the head of it now, their philosophy was different than Dan Jettison. So construction permits back in the day were okay, and we didn't go check on them for mining permits. And now today, mining permits, we need to go back and look who doesn't have a construction permit in mining now. So, I mean, how do you get everybody on the same page? That's a hard thing to try to comprehend, I guess, in my words, from being in politics and being on both sides of the planning department all the way to making the final decision on stuff.
Did we not give planning and zoning some initial money to start looking at a comp plan?
Started, yeah, we're saving towards it, because I noticed in the budget, I think
And
it's
it's coming,
25,000.
but maybe not soon. You might not live to see it on your planning commission, but.
One of the reasons that we'd like to see the comprehensive plan amended is because we don't believe that the public was consulted the last time it was revised.
Yep.
It was done
That's
because,
right.
for legal reasons, it needed to happen, and boom, we had a comprehensive plan. And I think that the citizens of the county would have a lot to say about how they would like to have their county developed. And I think that would help us as planning commissioners. I certainly will not be here then, but whoever is in that chair would be helped by having input from the county. So that, for me, that's enough.
So for example, if Pennington or Rapid City says that they're coming out towards the trap chute and that we're building out that way, and now it's time for you to move, do we have that philosophy on the planning commission that we're saying we should go with a comprehensive plan and what the city does? And if that's what I'm seeing. We all have the philosophy, we get it all together, we get that comprehensive plan down, and then we have, oh no, they were there first, and we aren't changing that. We have to deny it.
Well, we could
We're not
perhaps-
making that trap shoot place move.
We
know what I'm
could
saying?
perhaps put some criteria into ordinance or into the comprehensive plan that would
that would help make those decisions. Maybe we could say, and this is really pie in the sky, that should something happen within that 3-mile boundary around the city limits, that a committee be convened, as we said in our memo, between the city and the county to get some agreement before we go and do something that the city is clearly not ready to do, and vice versa. And, it would require compromise on somebody's part, but
And I truly believe what you're saying, Karen, and it's awesome when you can get it all together and you got it done, and then you go up and you go to the planning commission, or you go to the city council or the county commission, and I just don't see it happen. In this book, hardly ever do we follow our comprehensive plan. Okay, so we say if we get one, we're gonna follow it. I'll have to hold you to that when we start doing that, if we get a comprehensive plan, if I'm still around. Because
I'll be
just
coming
from
to those.
example, from being there, done that, I'll keep saying it doesn't. The other thing is, which I forgot, my brain.
it's been a long
Talked enough today. Thank you.
So,
Mr. Chair, to respond to what Karen's saying, yes, this no man's land, this 3 mile around Rapid City, has to be addressed, and the sooner the better. And you're right on, spot on, it needs to be one government of some kind. It can't be two governments, it just don't work. So it's overdue that we need to address the 3 miles, period. Period. And to Sig, I got some indication that you might think that you folks on the planning commission are somewhat required to defer to the state's attorney. And in my opinion, is nothing further from the truth. You need to read the ordinance, the law. And if you don't agree, you need to challenge the state's attorney. If you don't challenge the state's attorney, we don't need you.
I don't say we defer to them, but we take guidance.
Well, but if the guidance doesn't ring a bell with you, then challenge it.
We have.
And the Kroll is a perfect example.
Okay,
You were misguided.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I wonder if this board should not really hear what they're saying, though. We have, and we all know, and in 10 years, it's been the same thing. This comprehensive plan and our set of ordinances need to be reviewed and revised. And we have continually kicked it down the road. And so consequently, what I see is exactly what Deb is saying. We really aren't following the comprehensive plan because nobody believes it's actually a viable, usable document. And so we've continued as a board to vote against proceeding. And it would, if we don't have some kind of good study, how can we really deal with the 3 mile limit? How can we go ahead and have, actually for our citizens, a better idea of what we're doing? We create so much confusion and we have no base. And the base would be an update of both the ordinances and the comprehensive plan. And maybe we need to consider that in our budgeting this year. I know last year we decided we'd start putting money away towards paying for it. But the concern I had with that last year, I still have when I looked at that little bit of money, and I'm thinking 5 or 6 or 7 years down the road, they're going to have enough money. By then, the people who did the comprehensive plan for the city will do another one, and we're going to be so much farther behind. And I just think it's something we need to think about. And I don't know if that's what you were saying, but that's what I was hearing.
In the practical world, that 3 mile area has to be what the city pretty much says, because they do have, in essence, veto power. So if we had a comprehensive plan that wasn't in consonant with theirs, then we're certainly barking up the wrong tree.
I would agree. Which building don't you want to build, Nancy?
We'll have to figure that out.
Take your pick and we'll finance it.
One of the other key things that we've talked about, and I think you've all heard that, is we're treating Pennington County the same with every ordinance. And we know we have distinct zones. I mean, the wall area,
Overlays.
the Rapid City Front Range area, the Forest service areas, you know, and we're treating it all the same, and I think the comprehensive plan could at least provide better guidance, and then accompanying ordinances where we aren't treating somebody out on a wall the same as somebody on the Wyoming border, you know, so.
There's a real easy fix to that. Just do the 3 mile and leave the rest of us hell alone.
It isn't going to work in this day and age, as much as I know you'd like it.
Well, Fall River County doesn't have, Meade County doesn't have, they don't have planning and zoning, period.
I know, and they have
Drive
real
up,
issues.
drive up the road and see what it looks like when you don't.
Or stand in P and Z long enough and see how many people don't want ordinances or don't have complaints about their neighbors, George, and their issues.
I think
That's a philosophy in itself. You need to stand up there long enough to figure out that there's more people wanting people to have at least somewhat of a criteria than to do nothing and do whatever you want on your land. So,
And
it's
you have-
unfortunate that
You have
people
data
say
to back that up, right?
I think we need to figure out a way to finance it.
I think so.
And have planning and zoning move ahead with, I don't know how, RFP or something, and get it underway. And probably with the firm that did Rapid Cities, I mean, they already got three-fourths of it done. We just, piggyback, and then there's no, because otherwise, we're gonna pay them a whole bunch of money to make Xerox copies of what they did for Rapid City.
and we could talk about the 3 mile, and we could talk about the mile, and we could talk about this criteria and these ordinances, but let's make sure when we do them, that we follow them. And then don't come back and say, well, that's, you know, I don't believe in that philosophy there, or we do all that work. We do all that work, we pay all that money, we use the taxpayers' dollars to do what you want, and then you don't want to take that philosophy when you come up here, and I'll be surprised if we follow it. I just haven't seen it, but I'm good. If you want to try it, I'm good.
That help you guys a little bit?
It's my turn to talk.
It is.
First of all, I commend you for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your patience in hoping we would get off dead center somewhere along the line. The fact that the city has spent thousands and thousands of dollars to get a comprehensive plan that's about that thick, that's twice as thick as it needs to be, that fact alone suggests that your item number 3 is the prudent way to approach the 3 mile limit question. And whatever we need to do to formalize that effort so that you and the staff are comfortable moving forward in a structured way, I would challenge the staff or Jay or someone to, whether it's a joint powers agreement or whatever, to get that one done. Beyond that, I think then you look at, all right, what do we do beyond the 3 mile limit? And the process that a consultant uses is to at least in some way open the door for the public to make input. And I'm guessing that the internet and all the gimmicks that go with that could be used as some kind of a survey, or at least a part of the survey, to find out some of the other things that you need. And we talked about philosophy a lot. I think there's another word that begins with a P that needs to be injected in that, and that's principles. And the principles that I think of end up being things like property rights. And another example that I can think of is if the trap club's sitting there, been there for 40 years or whatever, and is all squared away, then if you buy a property next to it and build a house on it, you don't have the right to do anything to cause them to change what they're doing. You accepted that when you did it. somewhere in the mix of things, I think we can blend politics and procedure in such a way that you aren't put in the position that you are many times by us or other people. But I think with that, if the board accepts the idea that we do what we need to formalize the joint relationship and also come forward with a system for engaging the public before we go any further with hiring a consultant or whomever, if we think that's what we need for that beyond the 3-mile limit.
That's a good suggestion, is have the public comment about doing a comprehensive plan and what they want to see.
Yeah.
And then I do challenge
Public doesn't, the comprehensive plan doesn't mean anything to the public in general.
Yeah, until it affects them.
They won't want to spend money on that.
But what they look at is when the comprehensive plan interferes with their use of the property the way they want it.
Right. So I would challenge, if you'd like to see a comprehensive plan at work, see their new comprehensive plan, go to the city and see if they're following their new comprehensive plan and see if it's working for them. See how many times it's changed by the time it gets into the political process. And then if it works for you, I'll agree. Because I can tell you from watching it from before, they've got a new plan, and let's see if they follow it now. And that will tell you in the future if it's positive. There's a lot of positive things in this. With the 3-mile and the 1 mile, I'd really like to figure out something with that, not I should say, as a commission, to figure that out. But I'll keep saying, go to the planning commission all the way to the city council and watch it just for a couple times and tell me how their comprehensive plan is working for them. They have more details, ordinances and stuff that comply with people, so it's harder to get certain zonings. And maybe it's our criteria that needs to change, and are we willing to do that? That's the hardest part I see for county changing, is the criteria, not the comprehensive plan, but those criteria and those ordinances. That's where that philosophy is gonna get all mixed up.
Are you setting the stage for item 25?
Yes. Hopefully.
Mr. Chair, before I do, have you copyrighted that phrase, a reality-free zone?
No, actually, I heard that somebody coming up from the Front Range talking about Denver urban drainage, and they talked about Boulder being the reality-free zone. So
And I can use it, or we can use it? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I like your advice from the planning commission and the things that you do on there. I enjoy sitting on there and listening to that discussion, and you do a good job. Because we don't always agree with you, it doesn't mean you don't do a good job. You guys do a lot of work, and we appreciate everything you do. It's pretty awesome sitting up there listening to it. I like it, so I hope you enjoy your job, learning and the things and the ordinances and the criterias of the county, and anything you can do to help us, we always appreciate it.
We're just there for the high pay.
Yeah, clearly.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
Anyway, thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we need to formalize anything on that discussion or not?
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend that you, the next mayor county meeting, that you push the issue some more.
Yeah, and
So, the discussion's been started, and I'd say just, we need to keep the heat on with the mayor and whoever he brings with him to the meetings.
I agree, George.
I think the two departments are kind of probably doing more than the politicians are between them.
Brittany and
Aren't
PJ.
you?
Yep.
Okay, item 25, Commissioner Hadcock.
This is an outline of the plan for what we'd like to move forward with on wind energy, solar energy, basically alternative energy. We took Nancy's advice to do 2 different committees. That was after we looked into it. Everybody's telling you once we looked into it, it's a big undertaking. We did get some people that volunteered, and it will be pretty much every 2 weeks. and we did ask there if that would be okay, if they wanted to be on that committee. It was going to be every 2 weeks. The first committee will start on alternative energy, the update of wind energy, Section 317, and create a solar energy plan or ordinance. We will hopefully be prepared by giving them the old ordinances. We're going to look into ordinances that are already in place and then come up with the best solution that is for Pennington County and then bring it forward for citizens and planning commission and commissioners to look at. I think we got some pretty good people on here that know their stuff. We will be adding others according to what we're talking about at the time, who we need for the next meeting. I will keep you updated when we have our commission meetings, and anything that you believe that we are missing or might need to add is always welcomed.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any questions for
Good job.
Commissioner Hadgar? So if there's no objection, you're free to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Holly, Ms. Brittany, and PJ. We met for an hour and a half and came up with the names and different people, and I appreciate all their hard work they do for trying to make the difference, and this is for the people. They wanted to make sure in the future we were doing it right because we needed to update some of our ordinances. And I don't know if you've ever done this before, but it's actually, it's time-consuming, but you learn a lot, so it's pretty good way to learn ordinances and be able to bring forth, if they ever come up, why and when and how you did them. So I appreciate the opportunity of leading these people, because there's some pretty awesome people in there.
I have a question.
Oh, no.
Will your committee answer my question?
You have one?
How far away do I have a right to control what someone else does with their property?
Oh, here we go again. It's a tough one.
Not the comprehensive.
Is that a philosophy or a criteria? Or are you going into principles, as Nancy says?
Okay, item 26, I have no items from the chair.
Nothing.
Anyone? Item 27, you just, we had a committee report,
I don't have anything.
didn't we?
Okay, you're looking at me like I'm supposed to speak.
Together? Okay, item 28. Approval of the vouchers.
Moving to approve the vouchers.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, you didn't ask for the public. I
Oh,
guess.
excuse me. I was looking down when I should have been looking up, so we'll hold the vote until after you comment.
Rex Conrad, I've been here before on this same subject, and I kind of got a haircut, I guess. I went back and done done the homework. First thing I'd like to say is, the last time I was here, you impressed upon me, and I guess you did, Commissioner Troutman, that I was a plant, that I was here on somebody else's doings, and I'm not. I am concerned about the spending that goes on coming out of the county. And that being said, you told me that you rely on your employees and they're all doing a good job. But I've just seen a couple instances here today that maybe that's not true, as far as, not with this, but with some other items. Okay, but I guess I've just got some numbers of some vouchers here that I've looked up, and I'll just leave them with you, that I'd like to be looked into and like to have an answer on those.
So, Mr. Chair, have you gone to the auditor to look at those?
Yeah.
And what were her answers?
They could give you an answer on some of them.
Like,
I think
why
we need to
couldn't?
take a look at them.
Yes, Rex, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So who's your commissioner, Rex, in your district?
I don't even know for sure.
Wait, where do you live?
2110 Monte Vista Drive,
Monte Vista.
over in Canyon Lake.
Okay.
Nice. Could be me, could be
Could be
George.
me, could be either one of us, yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure they both get the numbers.
Yeah.
Which one are you guys gonna look it up for?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the vouchers?
Good.
If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
George. Aye. That's for George. Buskard's got it in case
I've got
George
them
wants to
written
look at
down
them.
too, George.
Okay.
Okay, the motion carried.
Well, I can have this, Ron?
Yeah, he said he wrote it down.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
well,
for
Canyon
doing
Lake is yours, yeah, for sure, Canyon Lake is, I'm over the hill. Main Street divides, you're south of Main Street.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay, items from the public.
You have,
Ladies first.
yeah, I know down here.
Here you go.
No, wait a minute, you had your chance to talk before. Oh,
Joyce Shagru, member of the public. As always, this is a great learning experience. And much of what has happened this morning fits into why I wanted to speak to you. And I want to be brief. I will be brief because I know you've been here a very long time. As you all know, I'm very interested in the vacation home rental ordinance changes. So I'm doing some work with people around the county. And one thing that I'm hearing consistently, and I know you hear this very often too, is that they didn't know that we were doing something. And so as I thought about this, because it's a variety of people, I'm a newspaper person. I get the newspaper every day. I read it. I'm also an internet person. I'm not a smartphone person. I'm not a texter. It almost seems to me that the newspaper is becoming irrelevant as a way to notify the public. You know, we put in the notice from the committee that's reviewing that ordinance that we were having a public meeting a week ago today. We had about 10 people show up, and we were done before our given time. Not a lot of comment. But as I'm working this, people do not know, and they're not folks who don't care, okay? They care. There's a lot of passion out there, but they don't get the newspaper. They get it on Sunday, and I would swear it's for the comics, okay? So they don't know, okay? So I'm an email person. I cannot anymore, and I'm older, live without email, and I have my email lists. But some of these folks don't use the internet, okay? So they're not even where I am. I watch the minutes of the county board and the minutes of planning and zoning every week. I look at what's on your agendas, and I attend, like I was interested today in the P&Z folks and what they were going to say. I was interested in why Commissioner Hadcock had her comments about ordinances. And I'll sit through a lot of stuff to get to the point. I'm not one who comes in at the end. I want to listen, and I learn a lot. And today we heard that some people didn't know. Well, then as I watch, you know, if I go for coffee in the morning at Millstone on the west side, and I have my newspaper, I'm the only one in there with a newspaper. They're all sitting with their smartphones, and they do the same thing here. They're texting during your meeting. They don't miss a step. Okay, so I found out you have a Facebook page. I thought, do they have a Facebook page? Sure enough, you do. So now I'm a friend of yours on the Facebook page. And I don't know enough yet because I just did this, okay? So I don't know what all you put on there, but I thought, wouldn't it have been great if we had put that notice out on Facebook? Some of us, we talk, okay, you guys, check the agendas. Don't get caught not knowing, check the agendas. A lot of them are on Facebook. So I'll say, okay, friend the county commission Facebook page. And if you put stuff on there, they're not going to miss it because it comes up automatically. It's going to be there every time you post something now on that Facebook page. It's going to pop up as I check Facebook, which I do several times a day. And I'm older. I'm not a smartphone and texting person, but I pay attention. And people do, and they start, about like I did. I had a grandchild who was posting stuff on Facebook that I was really concerned about. So I became a Facebook person. I have very few friends. I never respond. I'm called a lurker, I just read what's on there. And I can private message back if I want to respond to someone. But the world has changed, and newspapers are not it. Some places, they don't deliver anymore because there aren't enough subscriptions. And I'm concerned that that's going to happen in my area, because people will call me and say, Joyce, you know, does the paper, you get the headlines, I get the headlines on Facebook every morning, so I know, or on email, I know what the headlines are. But the world has changed. So I'm sure your staff, your folks are looking at this, but I think maybe we're still missing. There's the cell phone business, you can't give phone numbers anymore. I have to walk up to my neighbors and knock on the door and say, what's your number? Or what's your email address? You can't find them anymore, except, you know, knock on the door. It's a really different place to be. So we need to be progressive. And I know the law requires you to publish in the newspaper, I understand that. But that may not, you may need to go beyond that. And if there's anything, I help out there. People are cynical. They're just, and I'm try to be so optimistic. And you know, some in the group this morning believe this is all political. They'll come to you, but they won't go to planning and zoning because they follow the rules. And what they perceive to be the rules, they come to you, and it's more political. And they tell me that. And that's, you know, like you just had the interchange with Sig and Karen, which was great to hear, But the world has changed. So if your staff isn't already thinking of other ways to inform us, get them thinking about it, because it's not the same as it used to be. Newspapers, that's not it anymore. You're just not going to reach people. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I was thinking along the same lines, and I didn't have enough information to bring it up. But since she said exactly the same thing I was thinking, let me reiterate. You know, I just been transplanted here just about 2 years ago. And the only time we buy newspapers during heating season if I have to start a fire. And we do get use out of it first. We get the news, but we don't get the paper. But so we landed here, and we bought some land. Like I said, now we have a section line going through our property and that. But the thing well, a couple comments about dealing with Pennington County so far. One is, you've got very good people on the staff. You know, I was a government worker for 30 years, living near Washington. Now I live near Washington, Jefferson, Roosevelt, and Lincoln. So it's a lot nicer here. The county I lived in, Montgomery County, Maryland, had a bigger budget than the state of South Dakota. The population density was around 2,000 people per square mile in the whole county. Wow. We've dealt with, I think what would help is, let me just say another thing too, is when I was starting to think about building my dream woodworking shop across that section line, the question did come up, is there a philosophy of development in this county? And that's something, even though I think I'm internet savvy, I could not find. I thought that was very useful. I think it helps to have come from that perspective out east, where there's so many people, so much development in that, where you have to have a philosophy, a sort of a guiding principle. And the only reason I think that helped is nobody liked it. That was a good sign that they kind of got it right. There was old agricultural area that was all being swept up, eaten up by housing developments, and there was nobody left to run normal jobs except the very, very wealthy people and things like that. I think it'll be a long time before we get to that point in Pennington County, but it might be useful to go look at these things. Regarding information and informatics, I think I had the same idea. One thing, I don't know who's responsible for this, the GIS system, Rapid Maps, but I love that. That's really pretty nice. And so you have a really nice GIS system in here. It seems like it would be very easy, like when this comes up. Like, for example, I did not know, I learned, but I did not really know, that this lot next door to me was coming up today to be vacated. I learned that anecdotally. And then here's another interesting story. This is the first 3 signatures of my petition for a section line vacation, 330-something to go. This lady said, "Oh, now which property is this?" And I described it. I said, "Well, there's another one going on." I said, "How did you know that?" She said, "I read all the legals all the time."
Oh.
I don't know how common that is there, but that's when it struck me that how would I know about these things? The suggestion would be on your website, anytime you have a legal notice that's required for some process, just throw it on your website too. And that would make the people more involved and be able to access that information. There are some things about this land near us that was just recently developed, and I was asking the Planning Commission, well, ideally, when that road came in, shouldn't I have been asked? I said, ideally, yes. Well, was this thing ever inspected? Well, it should have been, and things like that. I do remember getting certified letters here and there as a nearby landowner, but in other things, it just wasn't there. I just think that if you can do anything to increase that kind of communication, I don't know. I would also say it's cheap to do it that way. Just throw it on your website.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder how difficult that would be to put the legal notices on our website. Anybody have any idea? You and I don't know about that stuff, but at least I don't know about that stuff, but.
Ollie can look into it, George.
No.
I'm sure she's listening. I think it's a great idea
Yeah,
with Ms. Shagru and
yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Come forward.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. I'll try to be really fast. My name is James Bialotta, and 2 weeks ago I gave each commissioner a letter regarding gross incompetence, possible election misconduct, abuse of elected office, and corruption from the auditor's office. Outlined were several charges, which I want to read out just so they're on the record. That I was initially denied access to view voter registration lists to check my own petition signatures, something that is federally mandated. Dates on my campaign finance forms were incorrectly marked to be turned in on a Saturday. Names of competing petitioners were not checked properly and showed no less than more than 50% invalid signatures. When I requested petitions, I was given excuses on top of excuses until I went and found legal counsel that said you have to demand them and they have to give them to you. At that time, I was given a set of petitions, but I kept being told, we don't know if they're in, they could be turned in at the Secretary of State's office. We don't know for sure when they in fact had them in their possession the whole time. Following this, the auditor's office also gave me a notice right before the deadline to be on the ballot that my statement organization had not been filled out correctly, noting that I did not fill out the back page. I happily took a photo of the page I turned in, to which the back is completely blank, void of any print, writing, or instructions whatsoever. In addition to this, other campaigners have filed for re-election, and their documents also have the same errors, including not being notarized by the auditor's office, even though that's where they came from. And after submitting this letter, even further abuse, including the fact that I specifically asked on 2 different dates for any further petitions to be turned in that I wanted to be notified. Are they turned in? I was told no. I said, are you sure? They said yes, on 2 different dates. And a further person had in fact turned in petitions, and they did not notify me until I asked again, and it was too late. The only reason why I knew to ask again is because the name was in the ballot drawing. And I had asked on 2 prior dates prior to that, and they said no. I said, they must have just turned them in. They said, yes, you're correct, assuming that it was on the 29th at the last possible minute, which people can do. In fact, they were turned in on the 21st, even though I had asked for them on the 25th and on the 28th and 29th. By the time I turned got a list of them. It was too late to contest the ballot, the petitions. And this person does not have enough petitions that are valid to be on the ballot, yet the auditor is placing them on the ballot. There are two things I would like to happen. One is very simple common sense. When all of us go to the polls in populated polling areas with several vetted polling workers, there is a locked box with a key on it that our ballots go into. However, at the auditor's office, there is a cardboard box in the auditor's office with no lock, no key, and no supervision except for the staff. It is in my opinion that those same ballots be placed in the same ballot boxes that we have at the precincts and be placed in the hallway near the early voting booths with a key on it. That way they're also in view of the camera at all times. It's a simple thing. It wouldn't cost the county a penny, and I can bet would stop or at least give the opinion that corruption is not taking place. Because right now, it looks very, very poorly for the county. The second thing I would ask is a vote of no confidence in Auditor Julie Pearson, both for her statements regarding the campaigns and elections and for her actions following it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Nick, do we have need for executive session?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.